All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to VRML Ignition Cup for North America. We are in our final day after this 2-week extravaganza for that $1,000 share of the $1,000 prize pool here in North America. On the casting end of things, I'm Palador, being joined by Aiden VR, as well as Velocity, and then Nightfire will be on cams. What's up, Velocity, joining us on this cast today? How are you feeling about the cups?
I'm feeling awesome about these cups. It's top 16 elimination, so it's going to be a lot of hustling and a lot of really good plays.
Aiden, also casting so many of these matches the last weekend, as well as really the course of the last month for the Pioneer and Ignition Cups. We see that skill level increasing tremendously. You're going to be on analysis telling us about some of what you're seeing here. I mean, these teams are rapidly improving week by week, it seems like.
Yeah, I gotta say, Palador, I've been excited for this the entire week since we last stopped casting last weekend. But as we said, the first team we are casting here is Valiant and Secret. They had both teams had a ton of overtime experiences last weekend. That was honestly amazing to watch. I've casted a few of the games. I think Channel 1 also did. So that is something that is always going to be a big thing for these teams. Overtimes in Orion Drift are everything. It means your skill levels are really matched and you have great games. So I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. We had Valiance with a 3-minute overtime versus Sunshine last week. We had so many. What was the other one? Crane Gang had like 5-minute overtimes back in the Pioneer Cup. We had so many amazing OTs, and again, just can't wait to see these teams. It seems like they improve so fast, and a lot of familiar faces as well. Again, between the cups, we're obviously heading into the qualifiers, going towards VRML Con. That's later on in the month. That will be seeing June 27th through 29th there, I believe, this month, and that will be the top teams there. 16 teams advancing to Phoenix for the $5,000 cash prize, of course, at VRML Con, which is July 25th through 27th. So again, visit vrmlcon.com to check more about that out. But yeah, amazing stuff ahead here. Velocity, again, what are you looking here for these teams specifically? Like, what's your outlook? I don't know if you caught these teams at all in cast or not, but they've been really, again, killing it lately.
Yeah, I mean, they've been hustling a lot. They've had a lot of practice. I'm just looking for unselfishness. I'm looking for great passing plays. And most teams are just going to try to get that ball and that goal and try to beat the opponents to move on to the next round.
Well, indeed. And now checking in with the chat there, almost said Twitch, YouTube chat, already almost 200 viewers. So really nice to see that. What's up, guys? Wow. A lot of guys there. The Top Dog, Peter, Cosmic, Zach, Elite. Great to see you guys here watching these elite streams and these elite teams. Going to start here, hopefully in the near future. Looks like we have at least one of our teams currently in there. But yeah, some amazing hype there in the chat. What's that?
Matches just got pushed out to him, the arena assignments. So
got that. Okay,
we should be going pretty soon.
Sounds good
to me. But yeah, again, a lot of people there in the chat. I think it's the most we've seen for NA so far. That was kind of a topic of discussion in previous weeks. We're thinking, well, we at least last the beginning of the cup, we started with 200 some teams for NA. Got culled a little bit, but with 200 plus teams in the arenas playing, it's like, well, dang. Those are half our viewers going into the arena themselves playing, and then because of how cool Orion Drift is with the spectating stuff in the game, Aiden, where you can just finish your game and then walk up right to a window and watch other games going on. It's so cool, but then it made us miss out the opportunity to catch up with some people in chat. So I'm glad to see now that we're down to the top 16, we've got those players now coming in to witness from the stream end of things.
Yeah, I agree. And it's not like Echo where we get like a 3-minute break in between rounds. We can catch up with chat, kind of catch our breaths and everything. But no, Orion Drift, you're straight back into the action. These teams get no breaks at all. Neither do we, really.
True. And
just going round for
very
round.
True. It's one of those things where it's a blessing and a curse, because I do love catching up with the viewership, but of course, it's really nice having that endless, fast-paced action.
Yeah. And once again, bringing up the Phoenix Invitational for VRML Con. Form your teams, buy your tickets, sign up. 16 teams total play on stage, and there is more information on that on the VRML website. So, Palador, you can take it away for more detailed information.
I think that pretty much covers it there. I mean, again, it's taking place in the ASU Media and Immersive Experience Center. It's a pretty new facility, only a couple of years old, I believe, there. But we have, again, that $20,000 prize pool across our games that are featured there, which include, obviously, Orion Drift. It'll be entire Sunday dedicated to Orion Drift. We also have Pavlov's Shack. We have Veil. And Breachers also part of that 20K prize pool. So if you qualify for those events and for those tournaments, I mean, you can have a really big chunk of change, not to mention just how cool in general the LAN experience truly is. Connecting with your favorite players, your teammates, your rivals, your favorite, meeting your favorite casters as well, and the production teams, and just hanging with everyone there for, 2-3 day weekend. Really a great time, Aiden.
Definitely agree. As well, the ball's in the middle now. We're getting started. Valiant's in secret. Palador, take it away.
All right, so here we go. Starting off on this first joust. Thank you guys for joining us, and off to the races we go. It will be RX Jewel up top, sending it way to the side where nobody is lurking, unfortunately. RX, though, just catching his own miss and right into the passing play there. A little look away, but miscommunication as these teams settle down into the mixed velocity.
Looks like Red has already got the ball quite a bit of times. They're getting really good looks on the offensive side. As they now go on the defensive side, looking like Plunge passes ball down to the right side, getting that ball to his teammate so that teammate can get the ball in that goal with a good pass to the shot. It barely misses a little bit left of the goal. Both of these teams are already hustling, being very aggressive over that ball. I just love how they're already fighting and clearing the ball down the field. It's amazing.
Yeah. That they are, and had a chance at an open goal. Nugs not able to quite convert. Nugs, though, will tap it gently up top towards that nest. Or once again, not a teammate, not awaiting. But, you can expect to see that a little bit in the beginning of streams. It happens almost every time in these big tournaments, no matter how experienced the teams are. Usually the first couple of minutes is really a feeling out process of that first match. You're going to see a few turnovers, a few miscommunications. People are thinking of the cast, of the stream, of the chatters. And then, they're eventually they settle down into the mix, and you get that first scoring break, as you will see Janu there in the midfield now, working it back up the floor.
I mean, you got to know they're both playing really good defensive. Both teams have not scored already a minute and 30 in the round. As Plunge gets close to that goal and goes to the goal, and he gets an amazing goal. Wow.
Play drift ball, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, great goal there. Touching off what Palador said, these first rounds, I think, have been known to just kind of feel out the other team, see how they play rounds, and then that's when the real action starts to begin after the first or second round.
Yeah, indeed, and these two teams, again, they've had their share of overtimes and intense matches across this tournament, as many have of our 200 teams that began on the North American side. But indeed, in terms of the seeding, this is the 8th and 9th seeded team respectively, so very close there on the brackets, and we can expect a very close matchup as a result. So far, just a 1-point advantage, but nothing too extraordinary here. As another open goal, perhaps. Well, there you go. That'll be another score.
Amazing. You can feel
there we go. Valiant's getting another goal, just like that, I want to say. But yeah, so far Secret hasn't been able to find their footing. They have plenty of time to do that.
We're back on it. Oh, here we go.
Yes, Secret indeed does have plenty of time to get that ball in that goal, as they just got a good looking shot. That was an amazing goalie play there, as that ball was like inches from that goal.
And now taking it over is Riptide from above the goal. Sending it deep down, slip, didn't quite have enough boost juice to get up and meet it at the vertical apex there. A little redundant, but Pinata now sending a pass over beautifully. Oh, mishandled, maybe a pass back, in fact. Really tough angle for Pinata to hit, so that's going to result in a clear out. Nugs now receiving it, a deep fling. That goal is open again, but could not convert. The defense trying to search for that goal. 2 attempts at the offense there, Velocity, unable to convert on it. The defense really needs to feel lucky about that one.
Yeah, Secret is being very good on the defensive side. They just have to step up their offense a little bit, as Valiant is playing really good defense. They just got to get that goal in that net.
Innovator now from up high, being met by Slip. Oh, it slips it by the defense. Great score.
Yeah, Secret, getting maybe a little bit of luck there with that goal. But nonetheless, they came back. They got their first goal on the board. Looking great so far, I have to say. Finally picking up some speed, catching their footing, and once again, going for another one.
Yeah, it looks like... Go ahead.
No,
looks like they're playing very good offense on the blue side as Pinata, the red team, is playing very good defense there as they get the ball down that field, and he gets that amazing one-hand shot in the top left of that goal as he got that corner shot. That was an amazing team play there.
There we go. Another goal from Valiant Sane, fighting right back. And Nugs definitely pressuring really heavily there, able to just get that goal nice and easy.
Only 40 seconds remaining here, so a 2-point advantage will indeed be a strong one here for Valiance, as they might be able to capitalize on another one here. The defense, just missing the ball there. Plunge came in with a lot of heat. Nugs now receiving up top. Will hand it right off to Jano, maybe feeling a little bad, like, sorry, I stole that from you, buddy, but nonetheless, they lose the ball for a moment. Goes over to Slip in the back line, who takes care of it with some ease. Gently working around the halo, not in a particular rush now as the time winds down of velocity. Only 10 seconds, so they're not going to even be a rush to score necessarily. Just got to prevent anything quick here on the opposite side.
Yeah, both teams had a really good round, and just Secret has to step up that offense just a little bit to get that lead above the Valiants. But that's a great win to Valiants as they had a really good offensive team as well as defensive team because they stopped the opponents from scoring a lot.
So your take on the opening round there as we look at some of these replays from it, Aiden?
Oh, well, I honestly was pretty surprised there. I mean, the teams were really close. Obviously, you're going to see that both these teams have had multiple overtime experiences with their competitors throughout the last week. But we're here now, and I think that this next round is going to be quite a bit different. Don't want to curse it or anything. We all know how that goes. But, yeah. Secret kind of got their footing towards the end there and kind of came back a little bit. Got that one goal. One goal is nothing to laugh at. At least they didn't get completely shut out. That is what matters. And, as we know, anything can change in these Orion Drift matches. They're very fast-paced.
And we're off.
Be starting off right now. Just real quick thanks in the chat there. Charlaxify with the $2 super chat and saying hi to Velocity there. Pumped to see him. And indeed, pumped to see these matches. So second round Velocity, we're going to it.
Yeah, Secret played a really good first round as Slip pushes down that right side, goes for that shot and barely misses to the little bit to the right. That was an amazing play there for Slip. He just had to get that ball in that goal, but it's all good. We all make mistakes. As Red now has possession of that ball on that red side, they're clearing the ball downfield, trying to get a play to get that ball to either the teammates or the goal.
Good pass off to Riptide, but didn't really have a lot of that momentum going forward. Lost the ball now towards the midline as Nugs is there for the recovery as well as Plunge. Plunge being met by a trio of defenders as RX sends it down the midfield. Now right back down again towards that trench area. Coming out of it's Riptide with a tackle though from Janu, allowing Plunge to slip by. Sends it deep to the other end, but nobody in the area except Pinata now and Nugs racing for the ball as Nugs slaps it deep to that midfield again. Plunge working it up, has the defenders, doesn't matter. Nugs taking it over to Janu. Janu being met by RX and down again. Good cycling of the ball here does not provide them a score, however, as it goes back to the opposite way.
I just love the passing plays that both of these teams are having. They're being very unselfish. They're passing the ball teammate to teammate, just trying to get a good shot to that goal. But I just got a quick question. What's standing out to you most, Palador?
Well, so far we're at a stalemate. I do agree, like the passing was great, but so was the defense that cut it off at the end. It's very difficult to execute so many passes in a row and not be eventually met by the defense, especially at this high level. And indeed, the high verticality there, being met with the tackles to dislodge the ball. But Slip still is able to overtake it and work it in from that bridge area, from the side, other side, and down low, but too slow. It's 2L, RX2L, down the midline again, or sideline rather, off another offensive attempt. Still scoreless after 2 minutes.
Yeah, I've noticed both of these teams are pushing that ball quickly down the field. They're just punching and punching, just trying to get their opponents off that ball so they can take possession of that ball and get it to their teammates and in that net. It's just awesome how good and how much they are trying to achieve this to get to the next round. It's just amazing that both of these teams came out here and competed for the Ignition Cup finals.
Well, you know, we saw as well in the previous weekends here across all our regions, really at the highest level, the scoring pace sometimes is not that high. And we're experiencing that now. Again, not for lack of effort, but just more so, I think, from the defenses really being intense and playing very much up on the offenders as they approach the goal. So not really giving a lot of wiggle room, a lot of free space, as we see once more ball getting lost there in the midfield. But there's the passing plays we talked about. You can see Pinata eyeing, scouting it out, trying to look for somebody. They find RX trying to hit Riptide, but Riptide was not in that exact spot, moved away just a little bit. And again, courtesy, a lot of the defense right in that goal zone.
Yeah, I've noticed both of these teams have really good playing goalies. I mean, these goalies have hit these goalies have like interrupted very good shots as Blue got that shot. First goal for Valiance in round 2 of the first round in the Ignition Cup top 16. That is a very awesome shot.
Yeah, great shot there so far. I have to say, the stalemate of this round is absolutely insane. We had a whole 3 minutes without any goals, and there's about to be another one. There it goes, in there right like that. Valiance. You know, once they get one, they seem to get another. It's just how they kind of play, and I respect it.
Well, indeed, you gotta love it. And sometimes you see that scoring seal broken, and you know, within again, you go 2 or 3 minutes without a score, and then once that seal's broken, you get a few rapid scores in just a matter of seconds. And we saw that occur just there. We might even be seeing it again because the ball control going right back to Valiance, although a little bit of Kazer's curse. A slip mishandles slightly, but gets it back on track to plunge in the midfield.
Yeah, I gotta say, I gotta love it. Valiance have got 2 quick goals there back-to-back late in this round. They might end the round here as they got another goal. Amazing shot there by Plunge, moving that ball quickly down that field.
All I have to say is wow. Oh, there's another one. Okay, 4 goals straight now, guys. Valiance, as Pine said in chat, is definitely locked in now.
Absolutely. How about that? We go for an entire, 3 minutes almost without a score. And then all of a sudden, in the last 1 to 2 minutes, as this round does wind down now, we get 4 in a row. An absolute barrage coming in from Valiance to indeed be Valiant, to triumph in what was initially just a brutal stalemate between these teams.
Yeah, both of these teams pushed that ball down that field really quick. They both had really good goalies, as these goalies have got interceptions in that goal. I mean, they've blocked. I've seen 2 blocks by goalies. Congratulations to the goalies. But Valiant had 4 goals in a row. You don't see that a lot, especially in these high skilled games. I mean, it's just amazing to see. Gotta say, gotta love it.
Indeed, I'm loving it too. And chat's loving it. Aiden, we can see so many people there stopping by, including Martini, giving the heads up there to some of our chatters, wondering maybe about casting. Indeed, you can apply at VRML.com, I believe. Go to the appropriate section and whatnot for the appropriate game. But yeah, volunteer ran here for the community, by the community, as we have some continuity into the next round. Let's see if Secrets can start getting their offense going. Only 1 point so far across these 2 rounds. Need a change of pace here so we can push it to a round 4, round 5, and we know that they're capable.
I just got one thing to say for Secret. This isn't over yet. They still have the potential to bring the hope back to win this game. But Valiant got a quick goal there. I mean, that's just amazing.
That'll hurt the hopes just a little bit, indeed, to begin with just a score immediately. So that makes, 5 points in about a 2 or 3 minute span dating back to the last round. Only the first score here in this one, though.
Yeah, I mean, Blue has already got the ball on their side of the field three times already. That's just amazing to see. They're just hustling, just not letting the opponents get that ball as Pinata clears the ball downfield on right side. As both teams push that ball, and Yu brings ball downfield, gets tackled. Just gotta say, gotta love the tackling. Just not letting that opponents get the ball. As they bring ball through sewers, getting the ball to their side of the goal, go for a shot, and it gets intercepted by Slip. Amazing defense by Slip.
That was a really good look, a really quick run up the floor, but denied. right off that ramp. And whoa, what a strong shot flying out there like a whirlwind as Innovator now collects the ball. Has a little time, sends it over to the midfield. Pinata's there to pick it up. Has to climb that wall and trying to climb that ladder as they go to Riptide. Oh, Riptide could not quite reach it. Had no more juice left in the tank, it looked like. So that will be a turnover, costing them at least for a moment. Innovator now being met by Plunge on a strong tackle. Pinata trying to get it right back. A lot of defense bothering in the mid zone as Nugs will overtake it. For how long is the question, because we see these tackles coming in over and over as Janu tries to go over and under right through the defenders. Great scoring, great team play as well.
Yeah, we're talking about tackling quite a bit. And yes, tackling, absolutely huge mechanic in the game. Very important. I want to bring up another very important thing that I'm seeing right now is Nugs. He is just kiwiing insanely. Kiwiing is when you hang back and kind of just stay with the... Oh, what a goal. From Secret.
Amazing goal there from Secret as that ball, momentum-wise, just passed team to teammate to team to teammate. I mean, it's just amazing that the defense I've been seeing, they're just not letting the opponents get the ball. I know I've repeated that, but it's just so amazing. As both these teams have got the ball in like the matter of like 5 seconds, they just keep pressuring that ball, and they both get the chance to score as it's 2-1.
All right, we'll get back to Aiden, maybe in the intermission there about the Kiwi, because I always love to hear some of the lore, and I'm sure the chat who are not aware of said things, although they might be, are always curious to hear about that. But at the moment, we're still in the depths here of round 3, a 2-1 advantage going to Valiance, as well as a 2-0 advantage on the series count. So this is a crucial match, a crucial round here for Secrets to come back and take. Otherwise, it'll just be a straight sweep from Valiance.
As Pinata passes to Mound as his teammate brings ball down left side on left bridge. Tries to get a pass to his teammate as he did on the right side, and he gets punched by the blue team. Love the defense, love the pressure that these players are giving their opponents. It's just amazing. They are just not letting the opponents get the ball in the goal, but they are hustling to get that ball in that net. I love the passing plays, being very unselfish. It's just very amazing to see these top-tier players succeed.
Well, Riptide there losing it to Plunge. Plunge has been very, very pesky there on the defensive end, has had a few and a half steals across these rounds. We see Innovate, though, who's also been very good at handling that. He's going to corral it. He's going to send it. And he's going to make it. What a nice shot from the midfield to put them close. In fact, 2-2, as close as you can be.
Lots of great passing so far from Secret, trying to get it up the line. Didn't entirely work out for them, but they saw an opportunity in an open goal, and they took it as Slip took it just now, but no goal. Plunge now has it, resetting it over.
Yeah, like I said, to Secret, this isn't over yet. They still have the amazing big opportunity to come back and achieve this first round in the top 16 Ignition Cup.
Yeah, the ambitions here certainly to take this win. A score here will be devastating, unless you're Valiance, and then you'll be celebrating. But that said, a score may be about to happen. No! We're so close to the goal as the players from both sides chase it down. Time is winding down. We could be looking at an OT soon or a game winner either way on the way. And indeed, here we are in the OT territory. It'll be a Riptide. They need this score to keep Secret alive in the series. They're working it, and they're just trying to find a space, a crack in the window. And every single crack there is, it's just briefly available. The defense, again, so good getting back into the goal there for Valiance, but sticking on this side of the floor for a moment. Here we go. Velocity, it's intense.
Yeah, I mean, it's very intense. They've both been pressuring the ball like no other right now. Valiance is just trying to get that goal, that little score there. If they get this one score here, as they bring ball downfield, they will be cheering as they win the first round in the top 16. They almost get a goal very close as Secret now is bringing ball down towards their side as they are just not letting the opponents touch that ball. They just keep fighting for it. Wow.
That was Innovator on a huge save there, but can they translate that into offense? That is the puzzle piece here that's missing across a few of the rounds. Great defense, turn it into offense though, but unfortunately for Secret, they will give it away. So great job by Valiance here to maybe crush the hopes, but no, Secret keeping themselves alive. It is no secret. They need to score here. They are pressing up the floor. Defense finally retreating into the goal. It's Janu in the goal there, and Nugs playing that ball very well, is able to knock it away, although it will be towards another pair of players there for Secret. Secret still keeping this one alive. We're about a minute or two into this overtime. And again, we're no stranger to long overtimes between the Pioneer and Ignition Cups, as they're just trying to ignite a comeback. Riptide and co, they're going to drive and still survive, though. Valiance, Janu the save.
Yeah, we just love these overtime moments because that's where they get these high skill out of their system. They almost got that quick goal there, but it was just a little off to the left as Blue brings the ball downfield. He gets tackled. Amazing defense by the Secret side as a clear ball downfield, getting the possession on the Blue side, trying to see what he's going to do to get that ball in that net. Wow.
All right, overtime continues now. As these players are just trying to organize themselves and find a window, find an opportunity. Plunge, sending it down midfield. Taken by Riptide. Riptide tackled, however, by Plunge. The RX Jewel in the midfield, carving out the ceiling, trying to maintain control of the ball, but sees Pinata and opts for the easier pass there. Maybe allow him to work it through, but unfortunately, kind of a forced shot there as Janu doing a good job across these 3 rounds to really cover that goal well. So for Secret, they have to be very aware not to just haphazardly fling those, because they are leaving one man deep in a lot of these possessions.
Yeah, this is a long overtime. I gotta say, gotta love it, but these teams are hustling. This is a very long overtime, but Valiance or Secret could get that goal. If Valiance get that goal, they take the win, but if Secret gets that goal, they will continue on in this first round here. Round 3 in the first round as they get close on their side, and Red gets possession of that ball and clears ball downfield as Blue is taking ball on top of Mound. It looks like Slip now has ball on top above Bridge. He passes to his teammate. Ball goes back down towards goal as Red now takes possession on ball on the right side.
And again, a crucial defensive stand by Innovator. They're able to tackle and get loose the ball, as Pinata trying to evade Janu. Janu slapping, clawing away. Looking ferocious there as Nugs now sends it careening down the floor. Intercepted by Riptide. Riptide ducking under Slip. Riptide the deep shot, but will be too much space between him and the goal there. So defenders able to get in the way, securing it for Valiance for at least a moment. There's Janu once more playing that back line so very well. Oh, but mishandled. Actually has Nugs. Never mind. Really good awareness there. Looked like he had lost the dribble for a moment, but the communication on point, knowing exactly where the teammates were to pass it to, as Pinata now collects it here on this side.
Yeah, Palador, what do you love most that you have seen in this overtime? Not in the match, but in the overtime.
I love the fact that these players are the ones sweating and not me. The high pressure here. But all jokes aside, this is kind of what you live for as a competitor and as a caster and as a viewer. Basically, if you love Orion Drift, if you love esports, it's the kind of thing that you love to see. Those battles, clawing, nailing, just trying to find those moments, those little moments of glory there, because you go for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, depending on the overtimes, right? But it's those big moments that you end up remembering for days, months, weeks, or even years to come. So this is what you love to see, Velocity.
Yeah, I gotta say, gotta love it. If this was me out there, I would be dying right now. I would be so tired, but I love the pressure and the hustle that these teams are giving as Slip now has ball on the left side, and now they've cleared ball downfield to the left side, and they're both pressuring the ball, trying to get possession of that ball as Pinata now has ball on right side as they got the re-gap to Riptide. He gets close to goal and almost gets a shot off, but amazing defense by Slip as he hits that ball out of his hands. That fumble.
Plunge now, sensing blood in the water, trying to send it to Slip, but Pinata, great defense as well, able to cut off the great passing play. Nugs from the top. Valiance trying to achieve victory, but they cannot. Another mishandling the ball there will be sent the opposite way. Again, these teams, no doubt, huffing and puffing a little bit, thinking in the back of their head, man, where's our break? This has been going on for how long now? And we have so many of these 3, 4, 5 minute even overtimes across our streams that this is just a common occurrence at this point, it seems like, especially at this high level. Riptide there just being stopped completely completely with a tackle as well, getting it right back, sending it up high, and we will continue in OT. Another possession change, but another one yet. Pinata, this could be the game winner. Pinata, the pass, the finish. Oh no! Oh, it's not done yet. Here we go.
That is what I'm talking about. The goalie pressure is intense when it comes to these high-level games. This is just amazing that these teams are just not letting the opponent score. Wow, amazing defense. Gotta say, gotta love it. These teams are loving this overtime moment. The Secret cannot let the Valiant score or they will take the win, as Secret now takes ball downfield towards middle, passes down the right side to Pine. Looks like I can't really see. Looks like Pinata passes behind him as Riptide now has ball on right side, trying to go towards middle on Nest. He goes for a shot, to a pass, to a shot again. An amazing goal moves.
I was still in awe. I couldn't even breathe from the last goal practically, and then another one. How do you even save that? Unbelievable here as it goes again, outside the goal, inside the goal, and we're done. Wow.
Wow, a Secret took that win. That is amazing.
I can't believe these rounds, man.
Yeah, that is amazing. They was fighting forever.
Wow.
I'm baffled.
Aiden, you're baffled. What? How about these matches, man? Again, that was another one that may just be a record overtime or near. That was a long one.
Yeah, I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. Wow. What an amazing round. I have no words, Falador.
Oh, man. Well, I am also at a loss, but what an unbelievable match that in overtime that has been. We see again the hype from the YouTube chat as well. We had Martini with a super chat earlier on. I think towards the beginning of the round it was. But unbelievable. Now I just got to ask, because basically we are going into round 4 now. But effectively, they've played like 5 rounds worth of gameplay at this point. So where is the momentum? Will it be Secret? They're trying to score there. A narrow miss. But I'm again in shock here. Velocity. We are going to at least another round as we get underway.
Yeah, like I said, Secret, it is not over as it's 2 wins to Valiance and 1 win to Secret, as they could continue this battle to take on the first round win, as JNU passes ball downfield to his teammate Slip, as Slip passes it back as they bring ball downfield on right side. Just gotta love the defense. They're on the red side. Wow, they're just pressuring that ball as they get a pass to the blue teammate in middle, and Riptide gets the interception, just fighting for that ball.
Absolutely, and Valiance, they had such a strong start to this series, won those first 2 rounds, so we already have seen what they can do. They held Secret to only 1 point across those first 10 minutes of play, so we already seen what they can do on that end. But just like I had questioned where the momentum was earlier, same here. Can Valiance, wow, nice save on a rather soft shot. Can Valiance recapture that light that they were shining so bright earlier on? And get their game back together a little bit here, because Secrets I believe, are starting to pick up some momentum. We can see more confidence in their movements and their attacks here at the goal.
Yeah, wow. I just love watching these 2 teams fight, as Red now punches the ball. Riptide tries to get the ball, but he loses a little bit there, and he gets back control on the ball as JNU punches. Very good defense there on the blue side. Wow. I just love watching these 2 teams as that overtime happened last game. That was insane. I lost my breath there. But now we know what these teams can do. And as Plunge passes the ball back to JNU, and Red gets the fumble and clears ball downfield.
Will be Nugs there with the ball now. Shout out Martini as well. $10 there on the hype win from Secret last round. That long overtime. Appreciate that from Martini, of course, one of our amazing casters here in VRML across multiple games as well. So nice to see Martini there in the chat. They're enjoying this one. Slip now, trying to find an angle. Really clever moves. A great pass to Plunge, but Plunge being taken over by Riptide. A great dive out of the goal. Risky, but it did pay off, as Slip now has another attempt at it, but met by Riptide. Again, some good defense.
Yeah, very good defense there for Riptide, as Plunge now passes ball towards middle. He loses control of the ball as Riptide clears the ball downfield. Very good defense towards Riptide as Janu passes ball to left side. Looks like Pinata tries to pass the ball downfield, but he loses possession of ball as Red, they're just fighting for the ball here. You don't even know who has the ball at this point. It's just amazing how both teams are just trying to take control and get that ball in that goal. As he slip passes the left side, Plunge just barely misses that ball, trying to get that ball in that net. Very deep in the game. No scores yet, but it's very possible that they might get a late goal.
Yeah, no, exactly to your point. I was about to say this match is really looking like the, I believe round 2 it was, where we were scoreless for the first few minutes, and then Valiant suddenly caught fire and scored 4 by the end of that match. Will the history repeat itself here? We'll see, but we're only a minute and a half away from that buzzer, and I'm not sure. I know from the spectators' end, we want to see an overtime. I'm not sure if these players do after the long, brutal one that they just experienced moments ago, but we're heading towards that direction at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they've played 4 rounds, feels like 6 rounds, but it's just amazing. I would be so tired in this moment, but they're just still fighting with all they have, all the energy they have. They're just still fighting. What do you love most in this round 4 as it's late and no goals yet?
Well, I love that save. I think my plunge it was, but all the goalkeepers, 3 of them getting in the way there. So rallying back to the goal for the defense. Valiant's trying to get some offense going after their excellent defensive stand, but Innovator is there to collect it, has a lot of time to spare. That's a deep fling, a dangerous one, because great man coverage from Nugs, doing some work on the defensive end to slip. It slipped to plunge, but dive by our Extual. And we've seen that a few times. These goalkeepers willing to dive out of that goal to meet those passes before the shot attempt is even able to go to the completion. So nice awareness and really quick decision-making from the defense.
Yeah, I mean, very quick decision-making for the defense as it's still late in the game. 16 seconds left. Still no goal as Plunge still has a chance to get that ball in that goal, and he loses ball. It looks like Red now bringing ball through sewers as Plunge passes back towards their side as Janu passes to left side, trying to get a good pass to a teammate to get that ball in that net as he barely jumps over the ball. And now looks like Valiant is under pressure here as they are in overtime again. Wow.
This is unbelievable. So yeah, we are in overtime again. Aiden, don't know if you're on standby and still speechless, but I figured I'd check in with you because what's going on here?
I don't know. Oh my god! It's almost like there's like no words for how insane this is. That first round, you know, it was kind of taken away. The second round, no scores. Valiant scored 4 in a row. Third round, we go into like a 10-minute match with 1-1 scores. Whoever scores gets it. But now here we are, 5-minute overtime, no scores at all. It's insane to me, Palador.
Yeah, Velocity, I'm loving it just as well. Again, I was saying earlier, I don't think these teams maybe wanted to see this overtime, just knowing what that means on the endurance level. But man, are they going at it on the opening match of our stream? What a nice way to start things off here on the cast.
Yes, I mean, if Valiant scores, it's over, and they take the win 3-1. But if Secret scores, they're gonna tie it up 2-2. Wouldn't we love seeing a 5-round 2v2 to get that goal and win the round? As Flynn gets the shot and wins. Wow.
It's why we love
Oh my goodness. Valiance after a hard-fought, and I mean a hard-fought game across those 4 rounds. Again, a solid, just the last couple rounds alone, a solid 15 minutes plus of gameplay, I think, with those overtimes. Insanity. Aiden, how about that match?
That match was absolutely insane, you guys. I think both teams deserve a round of applause, just in general, for what an amazing first match. You know, Valiance and Secrets, we've seen them both plenty of times throughout this tournament, and they never cease to amaze me. Each time they're cast through, or just playing in general. Martini in chat, that was a valiant effort. Indeed it was. But, yeah, these teams have proven time and time again that they're absolutely insane.
Yeah, like Aiden said, that both teams play very well as Secret stopped Valiant from scoring early in overtime. Just amazing hustle on both sides of the team. Oh, it is.
Well, we will have to get a word from our mods there. I believe it was best of, but maybe we're doing best of 7. I'll have to figure that out. Maybe these players just, I think just maybe for fun while we have a little off time for our next match. I think. Maybe we can get confirmation there otherwise, but
I'll double check with Nolan.
All right. That sounds like a good idea. So, ladies and gentlemen, we might be going into a 5th round after all, it seems. I'm quite unsure, to be honest. I was told it was only 5 rounds, but you know what? If these players want to go an extra hour, by all means.
I come bearing confirmation. We are doing best of 7s.
Oh my goodness! So we lost all we lost our minds for nothing. Well, not for nothing, but in the sense that it's not even over yet. Well, our apologies, streams. That's on us. That said, good news for you. You get some bonus extra credit gameplay. So why not round 5 and maybe another 10-minute overtime after this? Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, wow, that was so unexpected. But now we are in this 5th round as both teams still have a chance to take the win.
All right, well, we'll see indeed. So far, I do believe still scoreless as Nugs now. Again, we're seeing a lot of these opening minutes be pretty consistent throughout these rounds, actually, where we're not getting, with the exception of maybe one round, we've gotten a lot of these multi-minute stalemates at the beginning. I see the YouTube chat there enjoying that as the score goes in, enjoying our misery a little bit. There and but indeed we still have more rounds to go, so hey, the first score from Valiance though. Aiden, how about it?
Guys, we're only 2 minutes in and got a goal. Good job, Valiance. Secret. I have to say, the defense, as stated many times throughout every cast, I think this past month, defense isn't going to last forever, right? There's always going to be cracks, and once that offense kind of finds those cracks, it's easy to exploit. So yeah, that's my opinion.
I 100% agree.
Heads up, drifters. We are detecting
All right, Velocity, take this one away. We are, again, at least got a score on the board now, so as of right now, not at a threat of an overtime, but that could change at a moment's notice.
Yeah, we're 2 minutes and 20 minutes. We're 2 minutes and 20 seconds in, and Valiance has got their second goal. Wow.
Yeah, there we go. Another nice quick goal from Valiance. This is kind of like round 2.
Driftball frenzy restarts.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It is much like round 2. As Valiance has got 2 early goals. It looks like Rip has ball on right side. He has a chance to get a goal. Amazing goal there as he got to the middle and it had that little left hand over the side shot. Wow.
My bad, I cursed it.
Play
Sorry,
kicks
guys.
off.
But what a goal from Secret.
I'm okay with that, Aiden. I'm okay with that because we're getting into the crunch time now, less than 2 minutes here. So yeah, Secret doing what they need to do.
Yeah, Secret still has a chance here. I mean, as we're going best of 7, Secret could still come back. That would be an amazing thing that we've seen that you don't see a lot if Secret came back here. As Valiance is now bringing... Secret is now cleared ball downfield. It looks like Valiance is chasing that ball, trying to get possession of it to stop Secret from scoring another point.
Let's see now, about a minute and a half, a little less, in fact, remaining. Another score here as Valiant's going offense could be highly damaging. Plunge has been great there, sending it to Nugs. Innovator, though, has been very, very on point with the offense, or the defense, rather, meeting those passes and getting those tackles in. So nonetheless, they will try and translate it to some offense as Slip will carry it away. Steal there on RX Troll. Right down the midfield it goes, and Nugs is going to be met by a handful of defenders, so kind of a dangerous area to pass it to, but somehow Nugs corrals it, sends it over. Plunge trying for a bounce pass to himself, I believe, as Archtool will sweep it away on a steal and just evade Janu here, or at least attempt to on the midline.
Yeah, this is an amazing round so far. Just a 1-point lead there for Valiance, but Secret still has a chance as we are 35 seconds still in this round. Slip brings ball down, open goal, amazing long shot from left bridge for Slip. Gotta congrats Slips for that amazing hustle and having velocity and momentum to get that ball down the field.
Yeah, there we go. Another nice goal from Valiance there. And Palador, honestly, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think this whole tournament is going
There
to...
you have it.
Oh,
What an
okay.
incredible display
Sorry, the game is over now. What were you saying, Aiden?
from the bus.
I think this tournament is going to end up being a tournament of endurance. These 7 rounds are going to be brutal on the players' stamina in general. You know, we've seen it in Echo Arena back when we did best of 5s. Those are a little longer, but these teams start to get tired after a while, especially in a big bracket like this.
Yeah. Well, you know, I think the difference here, big difference here as well in Orion Drift, you know, in comparison, Orion Drift, you don't really get breaks. Between the rounds, there's not really a long break, but especially between plays, right? Now, granted, teams do have the option to hold the ball back below the midline, or behind the midline rather, but we actually don't see that a whole lot. So for the most part, it really is just back and forth pace without a lot of stoppage, a lot of resets, a lot of, okay, let's just stop and breathe and think about what we're gonna do next. You don't really see that a lot in Orion Drift. You really just have to act, you know, snappily, fast, one by one, on every single action. No thought, all instinct, really.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta congrats Valiant for that 4-1 league there. Secret could have stepped it up a little bit, but it's okay. They still have a lot of chances as the future comes in VRML with Orion Drift.
Absolutely. And well, with that, again, a 5-round finish. I can confirm. Wait, I'm hearing from my producers. Best of 9. No, just kidding. So that will be the end of that one, for sure. And sorry, credit to Jucifer, I stole your joke. But anyways, that will be it for that match. And because that went so long, I can only expect our pause between now and the next match might not be all too long. Caster's curse aside, I don't know. But that said, we will take a quick break. We're going to find out what the brackets are looking like on the other matches and what our next one will be. So don't go too far, unless it's, of course, to other VRML channels. I think Martini had to peace out for a Breachers cast. But otherwise, stay right here, and we'll be back with the next match soon.
Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. Can somebody reinforce?
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point.
hello everybody. Welcome back to the VRML Ignition Cup here, our finals weekend, and we are moving along here on the brackets. Got some great matchups here about to start, of course, between Sunshine and Tax. But first, I want to give another shout out to VRML Con and hand it off to Nightfire here to tell you once again a little more about what's about to happen here.
Yeah, thank you all for tuning in, hanging out, and enjoying the action this afternoon. My name is Nightfire, and for those that want to know what the Phoenix Invitational is, it is a big tournament that's happening online that'll lead into VRML Con. How do you register for this tournament, and how do you get to be one of the 16 teams that's playing on multiple stages at VRML Con at Phoenix for what is going to be a $5,000 prize pool? First, you got to create your team, and you do not need a VRML team to do this. You can make a fresh team. All you need is that all 5 players have tickets to the convention. Because at the end of the day, you must source your own travel to Phoenix to be able to play at the convention. Of course, the ticket will get you entry in to the con and chance for $5,000 for HyperX prizing. We have giveaways at the convention. We're getting medals for the champions. It's going to be a really cool event. Maybe even our most popular one that we've held yet. But all you have to do again is buy a ticket, sign up, and register to be one of potentially 16 teams playing on stage. Registrations are open right now. All you got to do is go to vrmasterleague.com/VRMLCon. All the details are there. Join the VRMLCon Discord server so you can go to the looking for team server. You can also fill out a form if you are a solo player and you don't have a team to join, and we will put you in a team with other solo players. We'll register you into that tournament that you want to play in with other solo players that are interested. So it's a really cool process that we're kind of deploying to make sure that basically anyone that's coming to the event that wants to play in any of the 5 tournaments that are being hosted can do it pretty easily. And we really do encourage you to register right now. Vale, their qualifier is happening soon, and so again, if you're one of the 4 teams that registers, if there's only 4 teams that register, then we won't even have a qualifier, and you'll just automatically be playing on stage at the Phoenix Invitational for $5,000 for Vale, Breachers, Pavlov, and Orion Drift. So in total, $20,000 to be earned. So you might as well sign up for all 4 tournaments. You might as well be playing in them. It's a great chance to earn some cash, and it's coming up in just a few weeks. So again, it is the Phoenix Invitational, which we have here, a little bit of a graphic up for you there. On it, $5,000 in cash, and the qualifiers is June 27th to the 29th, so you have to register your team before then. So we really do encourage you to buy your tickets and register for the qualifiers so that you can get a chance to play live on stage. It looks like we are ready to dive into our next round, though, as we do have players in lobby. So, Palador, I'll let you take it away and get us ready for our next best of 7.
All right, thank you, Nightfire. Great information there for sure. Can't wait to see all you guys at VRML Con, either in person or on the streams. Either way, it's going to be a grand old time. But yeah, we're getting ready to start here. Aiden, I mean, I guess let's see. We have still waiting on 2 players. We have a moment, Aiden, because I know you've also been to these VRML Cons, just like I have. But I mean, what's your experience been like at them? It's just such a great time.
Say, I've never had a bad one. At the last con, I kind of bought a 200 pack of cat stickers and stuck them on a bunch of random people without them noticing. Did I get
That's
a bunch
illegal.
of names after? Yes. Was it funny as hell at the time? Yes. I've never had a bad LAN experience.
Where else can you do that but LAN? As we see those great highlight clips. And again, you see on those highlight clips from the last VRML Cons, the likes of Sir Dimwatt on the casting desk. I'm sure we'll have appearances by him, no doubt, at the con. And see Ender and Strim there winning a couple years back and showing off those beautiful medals. And now 2 big figureheads, obviously, in the Orion Drift scene in another Axiom. So a lot of recognizable faces. So even regardless of those 20K prize pools spread amongst the games, it's just a great experience there, even without the prize money itself. That's almost a cherry on top, if you can believe it, because of how awesome the social aspect is.
Yeah. Once again, going over the social aspect, you meet all these players that you've played with in games, and it's an absolutely awesome event. You make new friends there too. I can count on my hands how many friends I have made at those lands, but quite a few of them are very close with me now. So, make long-lasting friends, meet new people, meet the friends you've played with. all at one place, doing the things you all enjoy.
Yeah, I think one of the things I've always said for years, for LANs in general in the VR scene, because I've been to many, 15, 16, something like that at this point, and across all those, I've never heard someone going to LAN and then saying afterwards, I really regret going. That was bad. I didn't like it. I regret going to it. I've heard plenty of people though, every single year say, I regret that I didn't go. So if that's not a telltale sign, then
so if you have the ability to go, you really should. Unforgettable experience, seriously is. And you can meet me, and you can meet Palador.
Yeah, but that said, we're just waiting on, I think, one more player. Actually, no, we got all four here. Velocity, again, you'll be here with us also on the between goal analysis. But what are you expecting from these two teams after that craziness we just witnessed in our first matchup on stream with all those overtimes? Are we going to get something similar here with Sunshine and Tax?
I'm looking for very, very good pressure on defense. I'm looking for a lot of extravagant goals, a lot of insane goals. I just gotta love what I've been seeing so far.
All right, so we are about to start this indeed, and also quick request to the chat there. Tax, T-A-X, what's it stand for? Tell me, and don't troll me. But you probably will now. Anyways, okay, here we go, Aiden.
Sorry about that. It's picked up now by Flix, moving it down the line. It's going to be grabbed by Core for just a moment. Passing that back to the Green Pigeon. What a reset as it gets moved forward over into, I believe it's Tax territory.
Indeed, better pay your taxes or else the tax man comes through just like they just did right now. It's Tinu, in fact, evading a few defenders. Going to be a handoff to Flix. Flix right back to Tax. Tinu unable to get it going there as it will be taken over by RTB7, sounding like R2D2's brother there. Oh, brother, a nice passing play, and they recover for a score. Beautiful.
Wow, that was a beautiful, amazing goal early in the round, early in this match. Especially, I've seen very good defense, very good momentum, just getting that ball down that field.
And YouTube, Axe asking, Tax stands for something? Well, I noticed the periods in between the letters, but then again, I mean, my team once upon a time had a lot of those too. And anyways, I'm just assuming. That said, though, no assumption about it. Green Pigeon does have the ball, very casually working up to Sweet Tooth, who was patiently waiting. I like that patient offense there, Aiden, although it didn't buy them the first goal, but they do have some space to work with, and admittedly, maybe Casters cursed it because that shot was a little ambitious from Sweet Tooth, a little too far.
I mean, that's one thing that I've seen from Sunshine. Cast them last weekend, too. It's that patience that they have. They go for resets, which a lot of teams don't really do. They take their time. They know where each other are, and they know how to find those shots just like that as it's almost in. And what a save there as it gets moved forward now. And King Icy has a hand on it for just a moment. Flicks with the flick over to Yun.
Are you sure it's not Kingsley? my mistake on that. My apologies to the king again. Please allow me to keep my head because I need my head to cast. So that said, off with their head and off ahead is Flix with the ball and ahead on the scoring board. A passing play over to Yen, but Yen is unable to wrangle it initially as it'll go to the midfield back towards Flix on the overtake. Oh, but loses the dribble to Green Pigeon. Now Pigeon from the top. Gonna send it down, trying to find a teammate. Corpus is there on the way, too far. Sweet Tooth recovers. Sweet Tooth flinging it down over, but a turnover, at least for a moment, to Yen, who's met by Corpus just briefly.
Yeah, as it does fly over to Yen now, moving it down the line, has one pass up in the air, going to Flix. Flix with the shot, and it's in the goal.
Wow, amazing pass there. I love the unselfishness. As I said, both of these teams have made very good plays, but Tax has made awesome passing plays. Gotta love it. The hustle is there, and definitely the momentum.
This is where the patient play that you noted, Aiden, for the Sunshine side will start to bite them in the bum a little bit, because now we're going to the territory of about 2 minutes left. So the time's winding down. They're down by a couple points, and now they can't afford to stick true to that game plan where they're so patient. They need to pick up the pace a little bit now.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Palador. Picking up the pace is something you kind of have to adapt to how your opponents play. In Sunshine's case, they need to pick up the pace, but, in Tax, they could stay where they are. They could play heavier defense, keep those 2 points, not let them get any more. But, you know, we're going to see what happens as Yun with a quick slap over. It's now picked up by that green pigeon. Back over to Yun. Yun moving it around and has possession still. Core will steal that one, pushing it up in the air. King, Icy, and Pigeon trying to push that one. It does get clear all the way to the midfield, though. It's going to be Flix with it. Moving over to the right side, moving it down the line, having to pass over, going for it, and it's not in. Sweet Tooth with a quick slap over.
Yeah, Tinu there had a nice opportunity, but lost the ball at the last second. Great tackle from Pigeon. Oh, but the putback from Flix.
That was an amazing rebound putback play for Flix there. Wow, just gotta say, these teams are playing very smart, especially Tax. They already have 3 points here as they have 30 seconds left. They may take the win here as Sunshine doesn't have that much time to come back.
Time to polish those plays.
And dude,
Yeah,
no,
moving it
too.
down the
Tax
line.
here, Aiden, is almost scoring again. Tax here, the 7th seed on the brackets compared to Sunshine's 2 as we get another 1 as this round winds down. So Tax here are performing out of their minds.
Quick goal there for Tax as they had a high backward shot. Don't see that much here, especially with these high scale level games. Wow, Sunshine got their first goal, but that's just not a good goal there for the Sunshine side as it's late in the game.
Alder, going off what you said, Tax playing absolutely phenomenally so far. Getting that first round win. You know, we look at a team like Sunshine, you know, they have a slower play style, very calculated, very passy. And then you have Sunshine. I honestly didn't... Or sorry, Tax. I haven't seen Tax play yet, now that I think about it. I have seen Sunshine, but I haven't seen Tax yet. So I am very impressed by them so far. Great job to the first round.
Yeah, I mean, doing great for themselves so far. Again, they had that first round in the brackets today. They faced Ling, it looks like. They were able to win that one in order to face Sunshine, who had beat out the Syndicate's team. But again, yeah, Sunshine, that number 2-seeded team, it looks like. Tax coming in at number 7 among these top 16 teams. So doing some work. Also, a quick note to the chat as we just get started here. Axe, and you shall receive. I'm always looking as, oh, good looking save from Tinu.
Yeah, what a save that was. It now gets pushed over to... It's going to be Sweet Tooth going for a pass to Pigeon. Pigeon, what an angle! What a shot that was!
Wow, you don't see angles and shots just like that much. Especially as we've seen these high-skilled goalies getting those deflections in that net.
Nice job indeed to get their first score. So if you're a Sunshine fan, and who doesn't love a little sunshine, just in general, right? You love to see it.
Walking on it sometimes.
Sometimes. Walking in the sunshine, dancing in the rain, in the moonlight. You know, we move here in VRML, and we certainly move in Orion Drift as we can see that pace picking up some speed off the floor. Pigeon, though, losing the ball to who was that? Oh, Sweet Tooth picking it up actually right back for them, but a lot of cluster inside that sewer will result in Yen, and a nice score.
As Yen moves quickly down the middle there, side to side, quick moves there as he juked and got that ball in the bottom right corner of that goal. Amazing ball movement there for the tax side. I mean, we love playing, we love it, we love the Sunshine, but we don't like paying the taxes.
Well, indeed. I'm not even going to touch that one, but true enough, I suppose. It will be now sent into the midfield there, picked up by Corpus from the Halo, skating around, trying to dribble past a few defenders. Will be attempted to reach Sweet Tooth, but too many defenders in the way there. Flick's able to receive it, sends a lob. Could it be? Could it be? Yes, sirree. Nice score from deep.
Wow, that was a very impressive goal there from that long shot. You don't see a lot of long shots here as it's high skill, like I said. A lot of them teams are going to be getting back, intercepting those shots. But wow, that was an open goal moment there for the tax team.
Yeah,
puts them right back into it, Aiden, and sorry, and then we'll be Sunshine now back on, trying to get back on the scoring board. We only have about, well, actually, still 2.5 minutes left. I guess the pace is so fast that it tricked me out. I thought we were already approaching our last minute and a half, but indeed, Sunshine trying to get some goals back on the board as that higher seeded team. But I think the defense from Tax has just been taxing.
Yeah, that is touche. It is now King Icy lobbing that one through the entire map. It's picked up by Corpliz for just a moment before it gets picked up by Yen. Yen trying to fight for it. Flix is also throwing his hand in the mix as that green pigeon gets picked up over to Sweet Tooth. Sweet Tooth with the back shot, and there it is. Flix with the stop, and what a stop it was as it gets pushed all the way over to King Icy.
Talk about great defense. Indeed, we're seeing it in spades. Right now, King being met by Flix, and Flix going head on. Sending it over to Yen. Great pass. Yen had a one-on-one opportunity, but Sweet Tooth is there to deny it. Always a truth in goal when it comes to those offensive players just driving in. They think they got an easy goal. Sweet Tooth says, no, I've been doing this for years. Don't even try. And it will be sent back to the mid lane here. Exactly. Sweet Tooth honestly has... Sweet Tooth honestly has some of the, as I've seen. Oh, no save there. Nice shot coming in. Corpse and Co. Sweet, multiple times now, has had some of the more casual saves that I've witnessed on stream, where they're great saves, but he's almost relaxing as he does it.
The arena revs up again.
Like, this isn't a big deal for me. Yeah, Sweet Tooth, one of the probably best goalies in Echo Arena, I'm going to say. Yell at me, whatever, I don't care. It's Sweet Tooth now, moving it around, trying to go for a pass to Core, but the intercept from Flix is there, goes all the way down. It's going to be in middle, back to Sweet Tooth. Sweet Tooth passing to Core. Core trying to find that shot, not in yet though. King Icy once again having a hand on it.
And same with Yen, who sends it, although it does careen backwards towards him. So Yen now on the catch-up, along with Sweet Tooth there, trying to interfere. Green Pigeon catching up to the ball first as RT will assault. Little handoff play to Sweet Tooth. Sweet Tooth overtaken by Yen. Yen very active here onto the defense. A great long-distance pass, but maybe a little too strong for Flix to catch up. So Corpus sends it out to the midfield, and Tax will receive. Tinu, that is. And back again, back and forth on some turnovers.
Yeah, the turnovers are there as Flix once again gets it back to Sweet Tooth. Sweet Tooth and Flix are currently fighting for it. Sweet Tooth going for that open goal. Tinu with the save. Over to the left side now. It's going to be picked up by Yen. Yen over to RT. RT has it. Going to hang out on that nest area for a second. Has the goals. Just going to wait out the time now.
That's kind of what I was pointing out a little earlier on about the pace too, right? Even though players are able to sit at the midfield after goal and kind of organize their play, we don't actually see a lot of players taking too much time very often. On occasion, maybe we'll see it. I believe we saw it. Maybe it was Ivy EU or one of the EU teams there last week. We saw a lot of it. But generally speaking, the pace is pretty quick here. Your thoughts on that so far, Velocity? What we're seeing there. Low-scoring game, but still fun one.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the Sunshine team has to start shining, but there's still a chance for the Sunshine team to come back. But that Tax team has been killing it out here on this arena. It looks like Yen has had a very, very good offense as he took 2 of their 3 goals that last round.
And Aiden, your thoughts as well here. Again, we know the roster rather well when it comes to Sunshine. You mentioned for the tax side of things, weren't quite sure what to expect. Your first look at them perhaps here in this cup, and they've been impressing so far. So we'll see if they can continue that now.
I definitely agree. And these Echo teams that are being put together, they have the team comp, right? And then you come to tax players. They could all be from Gorilla Tag, know the movement's a lot better, and there we go, a nice goal from Tax. But, maybe Sunshine's just having trouble getting their footing, and they might this round. I guess we're going to see. Only time will tell.
We're back on it. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, the first goal there is scored rather quickly. So no scoring drought to start things off. King Icy says, I see you. Green Pigeon over there, but couldn't find the marks that will lose the handles. That's a deep fling. Takes a bounce, offering some time to get back for the goalkeepers. And reading them head on there. Flix and King Icy back towards the midfield. King Icy, I'm going to keep saying your name so many times now to make up for all the errors in the last two tournaments. So it will be now. King Icy.
Yeah, it's picked up by RT now. Over to Tinu. Tinu going for the shot. It's not in as it gets pushed back over to Flix. Flix is going to flick that one over to middle. It's going to be Yen now with it, moving it down, trying to find a pass to RT. Just a little too low, though, as Flix tries to recover that one. Doesn't go all the way up. Corpliz is now going to pick that one up. and it's going to hang around the midline for just a moment before Yen finally gets that one and tries to push forward to a teammate.
Yeah, and lost the handle briefly there, which tends to happen when you have so much interference being ran. So just quickly flung it towards the nest. No one was there on that occasion, but it is generally a safe kind of emergency pass to make, and a lot of occasions where, especially if your team was the one on offense, you have a loose ball. Oh, I'm losing it. Defense is coming. Just fling it towards nest, and oftentimes you'll have success. Someone will be there as long as your offense is positioned well, or if nothing else, someone will even be there in the back line, the deep back line to receive. So not a bad idea, although I'm getting caught up here as a great idea, great scoring angle there to get in from up close, 1-to-1 now.
Well, looks like Sunshine had a very shining shot there as he got that backwards, really nice angle there on that shot as RTB7 passed the end, and he scores! Amazing goal there from an assist from Yen to RTB7. Wow, just gotta love the unselfishness. Looks like Tax is taxing.
Gotta love it. Aiden, just anything you can do, I could do better, they said. Because look at that again. Velocity, another goal. You just had, 3 scored in about 45 seconds or so.
Yeah, that was a very good unselfish pass there from Sunshine. It looks like they're starting to shine out a little bit, start to heat up the world a little bit. Just gotta love the intensity they're giving out on this arena.
Agreed. The intensity is indeed there. And it is hot, if you will. And it's picked up by Sweet Tooth now, putting that back over to Green Pigeon. Green Pigeon having Core on the right side, trying to go for it. King Icy on the back line, able to stop that clear from Flicks. Does get pushed over to the left side once again. Sweet Tooth is there to recover, moving it down the line over to the right side. Core is going to go for it, and it's in the goal.
It's in.
Wow, amazing ball movement there on that Sunshine side as they still have a chance to come back, but looks like Tax is down one goal, but they still have a chance there as there's a 1 minute and 30 seconds left as they have extravagant ball movement.
And again, reminder in case you guys forgot, not that I did, it's best of 7, guys. So not necessarily in the deepest waters yet, but Sunshine definitely wanting to pull ahead here if they can to keep this series close. As Tax has been rocking, they've been rolling, and that goal is not goaling. My goodness, that toilet bowled around, but not in.
Totally forgot. Anyways, it's moved over now to King Icy, and looks like Yen will have a hand on it, moving it forward down the line. It's going to be in the hands of King Icy with the intercept all the way down the field. Who's on the back line? It's Tinu. Tinu passing that one over to the right side. No one's home, though, so Sweet Tooth will recover for the moment. Flicks picking that one right back up and trying to move it around, but Sweet Tooth, once again with the steal, pass over to the right side. Core Blizz is going for the shot, and there we go. It is a very fast-paced game now, Paolo.
Wow, looks like Sunshine is up by 2. It looks like they have heated up. They have turned that stove on. Wow. It looks like that ball movement is insane. They have woke up and started to play some drift ball.
That they have. Again, they needed to do it. Not necessarily crucial yet in terms of winning the series, but again, it would have been very tough to go down 3 rounds to Tax. Tax has just been incredible, but finally Sunshine getting a little peek at what they've been doing, their performances that they've been having across these weekends, across these cups. That's kind of the Sunshine you know and expect, and they had that comeback round there. So, and worth noting, Aiden, again, on the scoreboard, that's the most points that have been scored in any round by either team. So that's really a stark contrast to those 1-point affairs we saw in the first couple from Sunshine.
Yeah, I mean, hey, what is this, round 4? Usually when teams start to, pick it up. We've seen it in the last game we played, too. Round 4 goes absolutely insane, and then round 5 gets really slow again. You get a 5-minute overtime, and then round 6, you get another 5-minute overtime. It's just how it happens in the Ignition Cup, guys.
It seems like it. Well, that said, we love to see it. And round 4 now about to start, looks like. So again, thanks everyone over on YouTube for joining us throughout these matches throughout the day. See some Tax fans and players actually in there cheering on their team, as well as Far, Ice Chiller. Don't get too chilled because we're just heating up. Here we go into the depths of the 4th round.
Yeah, as it gets passed over to RT. RT going for the open goal, but King Icy is there to put a stop to it real quick. Pass over to Core. Core, wow, long passes over to Sweet Tooth. Sweet Tooth maybe going to go for it. Trying to find another pass. That green pigeon flying in like the pigeon he is. No shot there yet, though, as it does get pushed back. King Icy has possession over to Flix, and they are currently fighting for it, but looks like it will be past the midline now. Green pigeon will recover.
The green pigeon taking it to the teeth of the defense before handing it over to Corp. Corp is now to the left side, a long-range pass, and King Icy just lost the boost, it looked like, as we'll scurry for the defense. Yen, however, again, been playing very well today. Yen, though, being met by the truck of defenders. Big wall as Corpus now takes it back. So defense retreating for Tax. Just not to concede too many early goals if they can, and now turning it to offense again. There's the aforementioned Yen, looking for some opportunities. Way high on that pass initially, however.
Yeah, it's a bit of a fumble for it at the moment, or a scrum, as others like to call it. It's going to be Sweet Tooth passing that one over to middle. King Icy will have a hand on it for just a moment as it gets stolen by RT. RT with the wonderful shot.
What a goal!
Wow, amazing ball movement there for the Tax side, as they might have got a goal there midway in this game. Just gotta say, gotta love it. Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing how this game has went so far. He goes for that long shot. Amazing goal there for Tax. Wow, they've already got 2 goals midway in this game. Wow, just gotta say, gotta love it.
That one was from Flicks in the midfield, Aiden. I know it's not Echo, it's Orion Drift here, but was that a Flick shot?
I don't think that one has a name yet. I think it was just a midfield shot, Palador. It's okay though. Flicks will get a shot eventually. Flick shots. Yum.
And again, that is how you
Wow.
What was that shot? What was that shot, Palador?
Looks like Tex has that 3-0 lead with 2 minutes already in this game. 3-0. I mean, they still have, Sunshine still has 3 minutes to shine and tie up this round and maybe go into another overtime moment like earlier in the stream.
Now Ice will dribble it up and look for that Sweet Tooth pass, maybe Corpus even, but interfered there by some great defense from Tax. The Tax players first to the ball there will be Flicks. Flicks evading green pigeon. A nice pass to Yen. One-on-one, denied, but supplied on the return. Oh, King had a great defensive stand. Oh, who was that? Yen, perhaps Tax players getting a goal.
drift ball.
Wow, amazing goal there for Yin on the Tex side. Looks like Yin, after I've been analyzing, Yin has had quite a bit of their goals as I've counted up. He has had like 4 or 5 goals so far. Looks like Tex, no, I got another goal, a chance for a mercy if they get one more goal. You don't see that a lot late in these high-skilled games in the top 16, round 2.
I don't think he knows Palador.
He knows.
Oh, the caster's curse. He knows.
Maybe. I mean, we're within that danger zone. There's still 2 minutes left, but definitely a really interesting kind of Jekyll and Hyde pair of rounds these last 2 ones, because we had the highest scoring output of any team in that third round there from Sunshine, scoring 4 points, and now we have this landslide of Tax scoring 5 uncontested points. So really diverse scoring mixes here between the two teams, just trading punches across the last couple rounds.
They've just started to receive their taxes fully. And it's picked up now by RT, moving it down through middle, over to the right side, going up, flying really high, trying to finish this round off, and it will happen!
Of what we've seen.
Wow.
This is Sir Dimwat signing
Yeah,
off.
well
What
said.
an incredible turn of events. Wow, and wow, as they will go right now to a third win over Sunshine. Tax is incredible. Maybe Sunshine a little shell-shocked there. Again, 4-2 in that last round, but 0-6 on this one. That is just an incredible turnaround. And props to Tax, because it takes a lot to lose a round and then to come back with that much force to really just double down on what they were doing in the earlier match and just excelling, propelling themselves to an incredible win here in the fourth. We'll see what the next one provides, but I am more than impressed.
Yeah, you don't see Mercies a lot, especially in the top 16 Ignition Cup. These are a lot of high skilled teams, not just players, but good chemistry on these teams.
I think I was just saying the YouTube chat there also like kind of shell shocked a bit as well. I see some messages there from Aztec Warrior with tax in front of the name. I feel like there's a little bias there, but nonetheless, nothing biased about that. They just got started on another immediate goal. The Avalanche continues, Aiden.
Yes, it does. As Core will run this one off over to the right side, down the trench, or the sewers in this case. It's picked up here, and King Icy. Wow! Sunshine did not like that mercy, and they are coming back now.
Yeah, 2 goals early in this round. Aztecs took 1 goal, and Sunshine has took 1 goal as they are shining and taxing out here.
All right, back into the sideline there as Pigeon will lose the ball behind him for a moment as Corpus now takes it over. Defense pressure coming in from We're now on the back pedal as Corpus, did not see RT perhaps there. RTB7 able to get control of the ball, send it over to Flix. Flix now from the Skyway, diving down that ramp and looking for an opportunity to stamp a goal with maybe a pass received there by RTB7 off a bounce eventually. Injected back to the midfield.
Yeah, it gets pushed back over to the midfield. It will be King Icy leading the way over to Green Pigeon. Green Pigeon is not able to pick up that pass, though. It's just a little too high, as Tinu will recover that one. King Icy on the backfield intercepts that clear, and that Green Pigeon is flying in for the goal like the pigeon he is.
Wow, very good ball movement there on the Sunshine side. They did not like that mercy at all. They have come back shining, playing very well. Very good passing plays and ball movement. Just gotta love the unselfishness in the team plays.
And shout out to Pinata in the chat, just saying, watch the game back. Thanks for the cast. Our pleasure. It's always a fiesta when we have Pinatas on stream. Glad to have you here as King Icy slaps it away, but overtaken by Flix. Flix dribbling, juggling, and struggling to convert on the goal. Another return, rebound, but unable to do that, get that into the goal. It's King Icy Sweet Tooth now separating themselves into the midfield with that ball.
Yeah, as it is kind of a fumble right now, trying to get it. Sweet Tooth, wow, doing really good against 3 people. Does kind of get it across. A pass over to Flix from Yun, and it goes over. It's RT now, over to King IC. King IC passing over to nobody so far. Waiting for a player to grab the ball. It will be picked up by Tinu for just a moment, who slaps that over to the left side. Get it out of that goalie danger zone. And good on him for doing that, but it's picked up by Core.
Now Sweet Tooth, a gentle pass to Corp, and wow, Corp with a core strength, a big cannon of a shot to get it past the goalkeeper.
Wow, very good passing play there on the Sunshine side, and he boomed that ball to that goal. Just love the extravagant plays that these teams are setting off for us viewers and casters to watch and view.
And then Sweet Tooth there with the aforementioned casual saves, right? Just slapped it away like it was nothing, like an annoying mosquito. Can they do it again? However, Corpus now takes it away. Nice steal.
Yeah, just gonna hang out on that Halo for a second, drain some time. Nice passes over on Sunshine's side as they do clear it now all the way. Tinu will recover that one as he tries to push it forward, getting, I believe that was a tackle by that Green Pigeon, trying to move forward, get another goal. But Flix with the stop. Green Pigeon still heavily pressuring. Yen back to Flix. Flix moving it forward, passing up to Yen. Yen is being pressured right now, but still moving forward. Maybe having an open goal here. Trying to go for it. It's not in, though. Just bounces a little high as that Green Pigeon gets a slap over to mid.
That was a very tough angle to hit it. Intending for the bounce, but just couldn't quite get it in time with the right momentum, the right piece of English on that shot. So instead, back to the midline as King has the ball, sends it over to that side wall, but no one quite there to gather. So Corpus now assaulting, who's that? Corpus with the ball, Yen, and then Yen taking it away back into the sewers and right back out again. A lot of disruptions here and turnovers as Green Pigeon now makes their way up the floor.
Yeah, Green Pigeon trying to make his move over to Sweet Tooth. Sweet Tooth with this shot. Wow, you know, his his goalie work might be a little chilled, but his shots are definitely not. I saw the fury behind that one.
Looks like
Velocity, I'm very confused by this match because now again we had 4-2 and then 6-0 and now we have 4-2. Sunshine is back on the board. They've been incredible this round again.
Yeah, it looks like Tax was balling last round with that Mercy, but it looks like Sunshine was just like, we can't let this happen, so we have to step up a little bit. And they definitely stepped up a lot this match as they have took the win of round 5 as round 5 has ended. A round of applause to both teams as they've both played very good rounds.
I really got to give them credit, Aiden, for both sides. I said the same thing about Tax after they lost that round earlier, as we let's see here. Apologies for the scores there, but I believe it was 4-2 in a couple rounds ago that they dropped, right? And then they were still able to come back and dominate the next round. Sunshine, that is, with the 6-0. But then Tax, the same thing. Having that mental fortitude, the mental endurance, to just come back and then have a 4-2 victory here again. So again, a lot of players at the competitive level. It's very easy to get kind of in your own head, and I think maybe we've seen that at points, especially in the Mercy scenario. But to be able to come back from that, from the depths of the despair, essentially rock bottom, it's an incredible thing.
Yeah, and I mean, you have a team like Sunshine. They've been doing this for a very long time. They know how to get out of that headspace, and I think we've seen it a little bit. Some of these teams don't really know how to get out of this headspace. You can't really take a pause like you can Echo. Take a breather, But these teams find a way to make it work. They never give up. They keep trying, and that is what I love to see.
Indeed, and that said, here we go again. So back into our action, the best of 7. So still potentially plenty of game to tick, depending on how Sunshine acts in this round. Likewise for Tax. I mean, again, they've been killing it all around. They nearly score there. A little high on that, and maybe the threat of Sweet Tooth in the goal just causing the offense for Tax to aim a little higher or more to the side just to evade that defender.
Yeah, as we get a rapid play coming in from RT. That was so quick. The goal is in.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, that was a very quick goal. We're only a minute in the first in the round 6 play here. As he gained momentum side to side, swoop into that goal as he juked the goalie out and got that ball in that net. Wow, just gotta say, gotta love it out here.
All right, so back to it there, and again, just address chat there. I think we were switching over to the best of 7 overlay, so our apologies there. Had to make that adjustment midstream, but yeah, we're all good and set now. And again, the Tax here, they will be able to, if they do take this win in this round, that will be the series. So really, still a long way for Sunshine to climb back up into it. They've won 2 of their own.
Yeah, as it's a pass over to Tinu. Tinu to Yen. Yen trying to go for it, and Flicks with the recovery off that backboard, or should I say sideboard, as it's in the goal.
Amazing rebound there for Flicks. We just gotta say, gotta love the intensity out here that they're giving, and they're putting on a show for us casters and viewers to watch as he got a long shot. Amazing goal there. Wow. Amazing defense there to get possession of that ball and then fling that ball down the field and put it in that goal. As Tax is up 3-0.
I'm just in awe from what is happening here from Tax, because it's also my first look at them in this cup, and the fact that they've been able to again take this number 2 seeded team to the brink of defeat potentially. It's truly a testament to the skill level of play, even from the players or teams that you haven't seen yet on stream. That's the beauty of this new league, this new tournament here that we have with VRML, and with Orion Drift being so young, there are so many teams up and down that bracket who can cause upsets on any given moment.
Yeah, and I know me and Pala are both obviously from Echo, but we know a few players, and then there's these teams that we don't really know at all. It is a new league. There's a lot of teams we don't know, but there's a lot of skill that I think no one's seen before. Kind of emerging in this Ignition tournament. So it is wonderful to see as Core gets a pass over to Sweet Tooth. The intercept from Yen. Yen, absolutely fire on the offense today, I must say. Able to move around, get shots in, help out his team with passes. It's great.
Well, getting back into the mix there is Sweet Tooth with causing a turnover, rather, getting it to Green Pigeon, needing to act fast. They lose the ball, however, so Flix will be on the approach. This looks like a one-on-one straight into goal.
What a play.
Wow, Tax might have another opportunity to get another mercy. Wow, Tax just came out here taxing and balling after they lost last round 4-2, but they just came back and said that can't happen. We got to take this win here on round 6.
Again, this is a reminder, this is also a single elim tournament here across these 2 weekends for North America, and we're on our final day as they are making maybe a final play. That's a deep fling, once, twice, and 3 times is sold for the 5th score.
Amazing behind the back shot there for Yin as they had an open goal, but you don't see that a lot because there's usually goalies in that net there. But I mean, there's a little mess ups here and there, but that just can't happen, especially in these high skill games. You know, you just gotta keep bringing the pressure on for the opponents.
This has been just a crazy turn of events here. Again, Jekyll and Hyde round to round, I feel like, especially the first couple rounds aside, these last few have just been one team dominating the board for most of the round and putting up tremendous scores, and then you get the next round and it flips, and then this round it's flipped again. That's it. It's done.
Friends. What an absolutely stellar performance.
It is done.
Wow.
And that is the mercy.
How amazing there for Tex.
Well, needless to say, we are super impressed, and yeah, sunshine just meeting some clouds today in the form of the Taxman and O-Man. Again, Tinu, Flix, Yen, RTB7, and of course, Jack Huntu was out there on the outside watching in, Zion Ignite, and we even have some Aztecs and Munchkins. And how big is this Tax team? Seeing a lot of Tax in the streams, way more than the 6 allotted roster space. So what's going on there? A lot of Tax fans nonetheless, Aiden.
Yeah, lots of Tax fans. Yeah, what team does it remind me of? Who used to do this back in Echo? I'm trying to remember.
I don't recall. Do what?
I don't recall either.
IVN,
The names in chat. But the match we have next is gonna be IVNA versus Ignite. So end this round off here, go to a short intermission, and be back.
Okay, well, you heard the man. Yeah, we've got some, again, return of a very familiar matchup we've seen over and over again. So don't go too far. Ivy, Ignite, it's happening again, and oh man, I can't wait. Stay tuned.
Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. Can somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2-way.
Match point.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here and ready to dive into the action this afternoon. My name's Nightfire with 2 E's, and I'll get on the camera eventually. And I'm joined with Pallador here this afternoon. Pally, how are you feeling? It is an exciting time to be diving into North American Orion Drift as we get into the semifinals today.
Yes, sir. Knight. Little feedback on your mic, just by the by, on the gain end. But that said, I am excited here to be right back into what is a repeat matchup. Guys, we've seen Ivy and Ignite in this very short time that we've had Orion Drift tournaments, and here in VRML, we've already seen this matchup a few different times. This would be by a lot of people's measure, a finals-worthy matchup, and it certainly is, and yet it's not. It's a semi-finals now. Single elim, so that is it. That's how the brackets played out. We have this return of the Pioneer Cup, essentially the Pioneer Cup finals, going back in the semis of Ignite. Ignition Cup, that is. Ignite and Ivy, just incredible to see. I was saying Knight earlier, man, if we could, I would love to also follow the potential, Cinderella story we were alluding to over with the attacks facing Control. But, this one is a match that can't be missed just the same.
Yeah, and we are getting ready to dive into, again, like you said, one of the better ones this afternoon. I'm excited to see how that finals unfolds, as we do have players in lobby waiting for us to get going into our next best of 7. And Pally, it has just been overall a quality afternoon of gameplay. I can't complain about any of the action we've seen. In particular, the replays, Pally, they've been incredible. The saves, the highlights, the multiple behind the back shots that have been locked in for goal have been so impressive to see. The skill level this afternoon is at an all-time high. And as we get into the semifinals, we're into this unknown space, Pallador, of who is going to be our champion this afternoon. Is it going to be someone that we're familiar with seeing at this top tier in Orion Drift, or are we going to see a new face? And I think that's what's so exciting about something like the Ignition Cup, and eventually when we get to it, something like the VRML Con, something like the Phoenix Invitational. And if you are interested, you do want to get involved in that, there is still plenty of time to do it. You just have to buy a ticket and register your team. It's super easy to get involved in the Phoenix Invitational. And if you are one of 16 teams that registers and qualifies through, you will be able to play live on stage at Arizona at the Arizona State University Media Experience Immersive Center. It's an awesome opportunity. I think it's going to be our best event we've held yet. The production quality is going to be off the charts, so if you do want to watch it, be sure to tune in on this YouTube channel, which means hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs up button, get more people into the VRML network. Right now, we have over 100 people tuning in and watching the Breachers North American round robin, the top 8 single elimination bracket, And right now, that means that we're over 200, maybe at some point over 300 viewers tuning into the network. It's awesome to see so many folks enjoying VR esports. We really do appreciate you. But that does mean that I do think VRMLCon is going to be one of our more popular events this year, our most popular event that we've ever held, as, again, we are just stalling and waiting for teams to get in the lobby. You know, it was so fun to meet you for the first time at the first one, and now hopefully I'm going to see you again at this third one. So it's been maybe a couple of years, Palador, since we've talked, but that's maybe the best part, is meeting face-to-face the people that you've gotten to know so well over the internet.
Indeed, it's one of the best experiences you can possibly have when it comes to, gaming, and this, VR is already immersive in itself, obviously, and so I feel like the social aspect of it, the social relationships and whatnot develop, they tend to be even stronger through VR, and then when you get to bridge those connections in real life, it just makes all the more sense. It's really an unforgettable experience. So as always, I say it every single year, every single con, every single LAN in general, for these VR games that we love so much. If you can be there, because never heard anyone say they regretted going, but I've heard so many say they regretted that they missed it. So
that is the truth, and we're definitely going to have some returning folks to the con, so I'm really excited to see, again, familiar faces up there. So if you haven't already, buy your tickets. They're going quick, and register for one of the 5 tournaments, $20,000 in cash. Right now, Pally, we're getting into the semifinals of this tournament, though. Round 1, kicking off between these two top teams, IVNA versus Ignite.
The ball is in play.
I could get a stream just like you on YouTube. Got a stream. Let's go. Welcome to it. Let's do it. It's the first round starting up right about now. Yuki being immediately tackled. Swag War with the ball with a underarm fling, but it's going to be received by Mozzie on the interception.
Do I have the teams right? IVNA on the orange side, Ignite on the black, as we do get into round number 1 in this best of 7. Mozzie scooping it up, a nice cross to the center line. Going to go back over into the corner where they'll vie for control. Again, just a back pass in order to get some control and slow the pace down just a touch, but it ends up getting intercepted and vied for control in the midfield.
And over to Nadash. Nadash now picking up the ball and slapping it right over. I'm not sure who that was. I guess Piggles. A lot of defense in the way, too. Kind of a risky one. Baz will take it over, sends it to Crash now being caught, and maybe Crash just crashed. Stuck in the ceiling, it looks like, so maybe a disadvantage. Oh, man, what an unfortunate namesake jinx.
That is tough. I guess maybe you shouldn't have, if you really want to avoid the caster's curse, Palador, you shouldn't have your name be Crash, because then we won't say Crash, and then you won't crash. But if you have your name be Crash and you say Crash, then we're caster cursing you, so like, what are we supposed to do? It's inevitable. But either way, it is a power play, essentially, and that's why it's always good to have an extra player in the roster, on the sidelines, so that they can jump in and support your team. And we may just be seeing some server lag here, which is unfortunate. But either way, we are hopefully going to have things clean up here in a little bit of this round. But yeah, right now things are a little choppy and rough.
Little bit. We're going to try and follow this as we can, but bear with us, because this might not be valid. But nonetheless, a score will go through for now. Whether it'll count permanently, to be determined. I'm expecting not, based on what I'm seeing from multiple players in the arena, however.
Yeah, definitely some issues here.
As, little bit.
We may be having some server problems coming in. It could be player connection issues individually. Not sure why, but now it seems like people are...
Play kicks off.
No, still lagging, unfortunately. So hopefully we can sort out the technical difficulties. I imagine we may take a pause, restart this series,
Looks like
something
it, yeah.
like that. So we do appreciate everyone's patience But it is, I guess, a great time to mention, Palador, that we are into a 4v4 beta of this game. This is a version of the game that the developers, another Axe team, have given us exclusive access to here on the VRML. And so we really do appreciate their support, their ability to provide us something like this. It's a really cool, unique build that we've been able to show off, for multiple weekends now in the Pioneer Cup, the Ignition Cup, and I'm just happy that we've had what has been a pretty smooth operation so far. Obviously, some technical difficulties here this afternoon as we do try and sort things out for our semifinals, but we do appreciate the patience as we do just try and again hand out these technical issues. But either way, a tough pause here, Pally. But I guess if you're one of these players, it's welcome, right?
I will say, again, early access, as you mentioned, so bear with that, of course. But I will say, if there was a time for the problems to happen, at least it wasn't in the middle of a round 5 or round 7 overtime. Yeah. So, bright side, I do believe we are having a server restart now, as I just got booted off.
Yeah, me too.
As some of the players did, I think. So maybe we'll take a quick intermission. We'll get things set with the mods and the players alike. And then we'll be back with your slightly delayed but much anticipated semifinals match right after this.
welcome back, everybody. And, well, hey, a couple of tech hiccups, Pally, are nothing we're not familiar, if not familiar with. You know, in the VR esports space, it's almost more impressive if you don't have a tech issue during a tournament than do. So it's A-okay. We're working through it now, just waiting to see if we can get everyone locked in and connected back into the lobby. And it looks like we do have everyone ready, so we should be diving back into round one shortly here. As I say that, I lost Palador, unfortunately, so we do apologize again for any... oh, there we go. He's back.
I'm back. All right,
and we are getting ready for round one. Pally, it's been an exciting Ignition Cup so far, from what was 200 teams registering to, I think, 90 teams getting disqualified or eliminated before we even got to the tournament, to then having 100+ teams participating with 50+ matches getting generated in that Swiss bracket that had to last 2 days. There were so many games to be played. It was... maybe if not our biggest tournament ever, if maybe the biggest VR tournament ever. So we're just happy to be part of that. But now to get into this 16-team single elimination bracket, it's do or die, right? And if you lose, you're done. So IVNA or Ignite are going to be out of this tournament at the end of this match.
Yeah, we touched on that a little bit earlier on our initial false start there, but a lot of people are excited for this match, and I noticed people on YouTube as well kind of exclaiming about, oh wow, this isn't even the finals, this is the semifinals match.
Yeah.
And again, it's one and done, so you win or you go home, although the players are already home, but never you mind, you know what I mean. So everything is on the line here for these two teams, a repeat of our finals from the Pioneer Cup. We've seen these teams already go at it several times, and I know even on the scrim side of things, these players, again, iron sharpens iron. These are the type of players who are seeing each other, no doubt, on a weekly, if not even daily basis at times leading up to these tourneys. These players work really hard to stay at their level and right there at the tip top.
And here we go, Pally. Round number one kicking off again as we dive into the action, and the ball goes the way of Mosey, getting scooped up by IVNA as they'll back clear it for a setup for their push into the zone of Ignite.
Mozzie says hello there, as it will be Swag War with the ball sending it down the middle. Pig is there, Piggles on the back line. A little clever dribble to himself, although loses the ball right afterwards to Crash. And now Crash and Yop from underneath, sending it high, as the ball will just be a little bit loose here. Players no doubt trying to, again, hunker down and refocus after that little bit of a delay to restart here.
Yep, and again, a best of 7, so a lot of rounds ahead of us this afternoon, and I anticipate maybe Palador, our first round 7, could unfold between these two teams. The back and forth already pretty good, and what a save from Ozzy as they scoop that one out from the goal.
Yeah, beautiful defense, and without a doubt, these are if there's two teams that are going to have overtimes, I mean, you've seen it from them already multiple times across the weeks since these last two cups. So that said, meeting each other head on is Crash and Yuki, but coming out of there somehow is Swag War. It's going to take it all the way from end to end, it looks like. Has an option. Oh, but Piggles came out of nowhere to save it. Baz was nearby as well, but Swag opting for that long heave, and Piggles punishing for it as Baz now gets the ball right back to Crash at the bottom.
Crash just going to barrel this thing forward, takes the shot on goal and bounces it in. Swag War was going to follow it up anyway, but it's Ignite off to the races with an early point lead.
All right, so nice job to make up for that initial mistake and get right back on the board. Mozzie from that ceiling area, the halo being overtaken by Yup. And yeah, will drop to the bottom, gets tackled a bit by Piggles, and Nadash, oh my goodness, a great save from Crash, and it is a goal after the rebound.
What a goal. Hold it off there, as we do have a relentless assault coming in on the follow-up. That's what you need sometimes, Palador, is that ruthless pressure. When you do get into the zone of your opponent, you need to capitalize, and we're seeing some good capitalization here coming in from these teams as a bit of back clearing does end up with the full clear down into the hands of Ignite.
So a score apiece and about a score a minute as we get right back into it. A deep fling from Nadash will be very wide, however, picked up by Piggles. Piggles tries to send it to Mozzie, who's coming in with some heat down that midline. Now Swag will take that ball away, sending it up top to Baz. Baz has Yop, but potentially, and Yop indeed does receive. Yop trying to return it right back into the goal area. Baz! Oh, and it's in! It squeezes by off of bounds.
Wonderful shot from Ignite. Again, the follow-up, relentless, and it ends in another goal as IVNA answers Sunshine. I'm used to the color and thinking, oh, Sunshine, yellow. IVNA takes a 1-point deficit here, looking to even things off with a nice pass down that gets missed by Mozzie. That could have been IVNA bouncing back in, tying things up 2-2. For now, though, a 1-point lead into the hands of Ignite, a fragile lead into the hands of Ignite, a lead that is quickly chipped away, and we're 2-2.
The immediate punish there, the offense that already decided they're going to the other side of the field. But then turnovers happen, and again at this level, if you give that narrow window of punishment, oftentimes these top-level players will put a hurting on you. So we see it there as they tie it up, and we're going right back into Crash and Tux in the midline. About 90 seconds remaining in the round one.
Not a lot of time to work with. Either team could take away with a W here. What a dive out on the defense. A huge save that scoops up that ball. It could have been a big cross for a shot on goal, but the setup, the rebound. Crash and Tux with a behind-the-back barrel roll shot ends up missing. And the clear. Is this going to be it? The long shot that bounces off the top backboard and gets a bad bounce. Mozzie was looking for the bounce downward. It goes bouncing up, and it ends up going into the favor of Ignite.
Oh, those tiny little margins that just took a little bounce off the lip of that nest.
Yep.
And had that not happened, that would have been a gorgeous head-on, right down center goal. But nonetheless, again, even sometimes the Geo will punish you at these high levels with those narrow windows as Crash now receives the ball, passes it over, slaps it over rather to Baz, who also just no-look flings it backwards. Mozzie overtakes and shovels it over to Piggles. Man, Piggles will shove it over to Yop on a turnover.
Just kind of keep exchanging the ball back and forth. We're getting into the final 30 seconds of this round. Teams both tied 2-2. Very well could go into an OT at this pace as we vie for control in the sewers. It's going to be a bit of a slowdown coming in. No, a speed up from Swagwar trying to 1v4. I thought that was a back clear for a second, and all of a sudden Swagwar had control. Now the fight coming in here as IVNA crashes down. An open goal shot, and Swagwar follows it up, and it's Ignite.
What a play!
Pushing in for their point. 3-2, 1-point lead, 5 seconds on the clock. This one going to go to Ignite.
Play.
Well, potentially here, that if they can carry this ball without it touching the ground, that is a tall task to ask, especially for a defense like this, as Nadash tries to do the same. A big pass, big play! Oh, Pickles dropped the ball right there at the last second. A great attempt, but squeezing away with some just last-second highlights there was Ignite by the skin of their teeth, Nightfire. Wow.
Yeah, they're up to a good start, Palador, because that's how things are going to go for the semifinals here between IVNA and Ignite. I can't wait to see what we get for future rounds, and then again, obviously, the grand finals immediately after this. So if you're just tuning in, hit the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel. We do appreciate all of your support. If you can, it means a lot to us, and it's free, so we really do appreciate it. It means a lot. And if you do have the ability to, we appreciate all of the super chats as well. They've been coming in throughout the course of this tournament, and it means a lot. It helps us support the VRML. It helps us do tournaments like this. It helps us do things like VRML Con, where if you want to right now, you can get your tickets. You just got to go to vrmasterleague.com/VRMLCon. Another plug, Pally, but a quick one as we're getting ready for round 2.
Yeah, so plugging right back into the gameplay now at this point, but indeed, first round provided exactly what you tend to expect from these two teams. Just every time they go head-to-head, oh, Baz, nice stoppage there in the goal. But they're very, very close at that top level, and they have been this last several weeks and leading up to this tournament as well. Swag now trying to capture a first shot or pass perhaps, but unable to do so there. So back to the midfield for a little bit of madness as per usual.
Yeah, a little sewer battle in the slums, in the sludges. The shot there goes forward, but gets batted away. Defense on point for both teams this afternoon. The good dives, the big tackles. Baz here, and the follow-up from Mozzie puts a point on the board early for IVNA. They're in the lead.
And again, this IB team, we saw across multiple games in VRML, multiple leagues, and just as well in Orion Drift, we see them with great success, capturing back-to-back titles there over on the EU side of things. This IVNA team trying and striving to do the same as Baz, evens up the game, and spins around ever so casually after the shot.
Tied up one apiece here. As Mozzie's going to get control on their offensive push out. They're going to try and set something up nice here and quick as Piggles misses that pass. Crash and Tux on the back line tries to scoop it up, and Mozzie finds the rebound. A good cross to the center, but nobody's home, and maybe a miscommunication there, Palador. A rare mistake from IVNA.
Rare mistake indeed, and as we mentioned, when they happen, oftentimes teams will punish, although the ball looks like it'll just hang around the midfield for a little while. Baz will receive it, avoiding Piggles. after the evasive maneuvers, now looking at the invasive move towards goal, but unable to do so. Mozzie, a quick couple of slaps with Swagwar. Wow, nice job to juggle that ball there right in the middle and not lose the handles, although Yuki will interrupt for a brief moment. Piggles as well. Piggles now sending it left lane towards that halo. No one in the area. And again, some back and forth, tied up at 1-1, but 3 minutes to go still yet.
I feel like Swagwar is such a dangerous missile, especially when they get that momentum going. They're a threat you do not want to have pushing at you at max speed, as you can see the prioritization of IVNA to get the tackles on the Swag, stop the momentum push from him coming through, and ultimately it's keeping things pretty close here as we just battle for control in the midfield, back into the sewers, back over to the sidelines, back into the sewers, back and forth, ball control goes until eventually someone clears up to the top side. The Op getting it and finding the push forward here above the sewers, a nice crawl down to Swagwar, the cross to the corner, but nobody home to really push forward or pass to for Swag.
Yeah, it can be very chaotic here in this 4v4 scenario. Of course, these players much more well-practiced now compared to the Pioneer Cup. They've had some more time to get some hours underneath them in this 4v4. But, I mean, again, extra players, extra defenders in the goal. You have a smaller goal at that. So compared to the vanilla game that everyone's used to in 3v3, the 4v4 goal here, it's actually more small. And as we see there, had it been maybe the regular one, that could have rolled in. So there's a lot of little minute adjustments tonight that these players have had to make for this tournament and for this 4v4 experimental gameplay to result in kind of what we're seeing right now on the field.
Yeah, it's a fun test of your competitive capabilities. Are you able to adapt to a new mode, to new things, to new plays quickly in a competitive space like a tournament where there's cash prizing on the line? At the end of the day, you get to see who's the best at adapting in a lot of ways. And so far, Pally, every team that's been playing in this top 6 team has been a team that's put in the effort and been practicing a lot, you can tell.
Yeah, and you mentioned that prize money, the $1,000 spread across our 3 regions. Of course, NA being the majority in that by a little bit there. So they got some incentive on the monetary end. They've got certainly a lot of incentive on the pride end of things. These players, even without anything on the line, knowing these players and how competitive they are, they don't want to lose, period. Doesn't matter what's on the line.
That's what we love about that ultra competition, the high level that we're seeing here this afternoon. As the push in from this squad, a nice pass sequence from Ignite that ends in a goal. A beautiful dunk in for a 2-1 lead with a minute left on the clock.
Oh, wow, and Piggles had a almost save, kind of high-fived the ball, but it just squeaked in, and that's going to really kill the momentum and the spirits of a goalkeeper sometimes. So nice effort on it, but could not quite save the day. And another play. Ooh, fortunate miss there for your Ivy, because they were not able to get back into the goal in time.
Yeah, that would have been a pretty impressive breakaway behind the back shot from the midfield that doesn't end up going in, but still would have been nice to do battle for ball control here on the midfield. Again, Mozzie scooping it up this time. Ignite getting pressured. IVNA looking for a shot on goal as Yuki gets the cross there, but can't quite scoop it up. And we battle back and forth for ball control again, getting back into IVNA's zone. They can't afford this open goal shot, but it's going to go in. No, just to the side.
Oh, man, really risky plays, and maybe the clock just not benefiting the players here for Ivy because they are scrambling out of that goal a little bit too far sometimes, but I think it's with a purpose. Their down time is almost out. And unfortunately, again, when you have those open windows, teams at this level tend to punish. And they were ultimately punished for 2 of those 3 goals that Ignite scored. They were on open ones, even just narrowly, but open nonetheless.
Ignite, Pally, in the lead in this best-of-7 series, comfortably 2 rounds. But they have to win 2 more, so there's still a bit of a road left ahead of them here this afternoon. Yeah. And I'm starting to really settle into the best-of-7 format here and enjoying it because we've had best-of-5s for all of the Ignition Cup in our Swiss bracket. But now that we're getting into these best-of-7s, it opens up a lot of opportunity for bouncing back, for recollecting yourself. Heck, you can get mercied and still end up pushing it to another round win if you can bounce back.
Yeah, you know, that's also the fun part about the early access nature of not just the game, but also this league and these cups within this league, because we do get to experiment around. We're obviously putting out those feedback forums after our cups, rather. And so, again, submit your feedback to the AA team on the game side of things. Submit feedback to VRML on our Discords and whatnot on the competitive side of things, because we're trying to figure it out. Figure out the best flow for players, spectators alike, as we do go to this next round, which I like. Here we go.
Yeah, right into the action, Pally. A shot on goal there. nearly coming through as we vie for control inside the zone of Ignite. IVNA want to step things up strong for their first lead, I think. No, their second time leading. I believe they led last round as well, but didn't end up taking that round. So maybe it's a bad news. Maybe it's a curse. Who knows? We'll have to see if IV can end up fending off what is going to be the swag war push forward here. They juke up and over. A nice cross pass up to the Yop. They're looking for the center, but nobody's home, and it goes back over into the corner.
Slight miscommunication, but it's okay. They had the positioning to make up for it at the end of the day. Will retain possession of the ball for a moment. Baz, quick redirect. Quick couple of redirects, in fact, past a few defenders. Oh, Baz putting on the moves, and he will not get to the score past Yuki, however. That went side to side, but not into the goal. A crazy couple of bounces near proximity to that score.
That is maybe the closest one I've seen yet, as we do again. Vie for control here. Ignite looking for the push, but IVNA scooping it up. Everyone on offense was crashing back there, so they have to readjust their momentum. And it ends up kind of impacting their ability to battle for ball control here. Swag War scoops it up, and they're now a missile that you do not want to have heading towards your goal.
Yeah, absolutely not. Certainly one of the speedier players that you will see on the floor, just zipping by in no time sometimes, as Yuki is there to catch up to the ball. Yop as well slaps it from behind right over the shoulder, just trying to deny a good scoring angle for the opposite team. Nadash coming away with it, loses the ball to Yop. Yop will drop it off into the midfield. There is a deep midfielder there. Who was that? Mozzie, but the bounce will go right back into the hands and right back into the goal. And an immediate punish there off the turnovers.
That was a nasty carve as we saw them just zip around the corner there, holding the ball, dunking it in. Nadash getting a lot of momentum here as they try to cross up. They run into Swag War with a good tackle, intercepts, but Piggles there for the return. Pushing it back up to Mozzie. A pass back that goes over Nadash's head, and again, a rare mistake capitalized on by Swag War, who scoops it up and fires to the goal. Shot in, and it makes it.
Wow, so there you go, taking a 1-point advantage. I was about to say, up until this point, we've seen these rounds play out similarly, in the beginning, where it's very, very even, but then there's some separation at the end, ultimately. So now the 1-point advantage for Ignite, and you kind of said it at the beginning, Nightfire, the Ivy team scored first, but it didn't really matter the last round, and now we see it once again, maybe not mattering in this round as they're beginning to pick up that heat.
Swag War is just an absolute terror on the front line for this defense as they continue to threaten anybody holding the ball that's trying to push into their zone. Their speed, super impressive and hard to deal with if you are an offensive or a defensive player too. So Swag War really a threat for the Ignite team. And as that pass comes to Swag War, the shot down, saved by Piggles. The follow-up puts it in though.
Oh, I feel so bad for Piggles. A couple times had some excellent grabs on the ball, the stoppages in the goal, but then had these unfortunate bounces. I think that time I kind of went off the backside of a teammate and then just got loose for the score. So nice initial saves, but the physics of that ball kind of punishing Piggles a few times.
And almost a good play there by Mozzie, but they lose ball control right as they're about to push up for their shot on goal. Yuki going to scoop it up, though. Keeps the pressure on. Shot off the backboard. Mozzie's there to follow it up. They slap it in, but the Yop follows forward and interrupts what was going to be a nice play. Still offensive pressure here, though, on the side of IVNA, trying to pressure and Ignite, trying to put a point on the goal. Ignite just making it so difficult on defense, though, Pally.
That they are as an overtake now from Yuki for IVNA. Ivy now on the floor, trying to move it up. Mozzie had potentially a lane at a goal, but they could not get the pass through, unfortunately. The defenders squeezing Ivy there. So Ignite trying to punish once again. There's Swag with a little tap, and right back at them. There's that speed you mentioned, Nightfire.
Yeah, again, instantly getting down to that clear. You can see them now. Swag War is building up momentum to interrupt what is going to be Mozzie building up momentum. As they try and fly up there and catch Mozzie out, they are going to miss. The pass up to Nadash means that this offensive pressure is here, but the double team from Crash and Tux and the Yop ends up putting the ball back into the hands of Ignite, albeit briefly, as IVNA return, pushing back and forth we go inside the zone of Ignite.
And with only 30 more seconds, IVNA needs to act fast here. They got that initial goal just seconds into the round off of the jump ball, but have not been able to break any of the ice there since. Just being stifled by Ignite, and Ignite now just wasting some time here, even without ball control. Just the fact that they're making it hard to catch up to and just launching it in the air, expending extra seconds, really adds up here to what's going to look like an Ignite victory. To make it 3-0 on the series night.
The skill,
yeah, this
the
is tough.
drama.
I mean, hey, the comeback option is still there. It's a best of 7, so Ignite are comfortably in the lead. We are seeing flashes here from this IVNA squad, as we would expect, quite frankly, Pelter. I mean, IVNA has been playing super strong over the course of the Swiss bracket and even now leading up into the semifinals. We kind of were anticipating, oh yeah, IVNA is definitely going to be one of the teams that's going to be battling it out for the semis, maybe the finals, and obviously based off of their past history in multiple leagues, it's not something that's far-fetched to anticipate. But here we are, seeing IVNA down big time, Ignite stamping their name into the Orion Drift records as a team that's going to be a threat.
And it's so, both teams pretty locked in, Ignite just a little bit more so, and it's kind of hard to say, because on one hand you say they're winning big time, which is true, 3-0 so far, but then you look at the scoring differentials, each round has been won by what, 1 point, 2 points. It's not a huge margin, but again, it's just, it matters so much in Orion Drift here, and the style of gameplay, this pace of gameplay. Those 1 to 2 points are all it takes to win. We're not looking at these huge gaps at this level most of the time, and Ignite has just been coming ahead, ultimately better off at the end of those ones.
A good setup, was a good setup. Yacht with a big intercept. Going to push forward for the Ignite squad. The shot, no, the cross to Swag War, and that's the shot. Mozzie tries to save it, but Swag War threads it through to the center instead of going for the corner.
Yeah, Mozzie unhappy with that one, kind of throwing the arms up in the air after conceding that 1v1, just not quite able to stop it. It's had some great stops earlier in the series, but couldn't get it done there. Now that said, we've seen Ivy score early on. Nice save by Baz also. We've seen Ivy score at the beginning of these rounds early on. Hasn't worked out for them, but maybe this time, just a little change of pace. Like to see them get some maybe slower offense going and some setup offense, if they can, crack that Ignite shell.
Yeah, and we do see Ignite continuing to apply that pressure, making it very hard for them to even get the offensive pressure to push through that shell. Pally, as again, this ball just stays down in IVNA's zone. Ignite, not even, it was just a 1 point lead here, just maintaining and buying time for what is going to be, a decent chunk of change of this round left still. So they're probably going to want to put another point on the board or two, because a 1 point lead is not solid enough.
Yes, indeed. And just trying to find that control, the ball control they do. Crash sends it, but way too much space there between him and the goal. So an easy save, although an easy intercept from Yup. We'll drop it off to Swag War from high. Great delivery to Baz, and bazinga! That's a great passing play.
Love to see the passing sequences coming in like that.
Drift
They
ball
need to get some offensive
restarts.
pressure early here on the side of IVNA. They need this offensive rollout to work, as the pass up there to Nadash is going to bounce off of the top corner, but Swag War reads it wonderfully, intercepts the pass, scoops it up for a shot on goal that goes long and in.
My goodness, what a heave from there. The only pain point, maybe if you're Ignite, you're wishing, man, I wish that was a 2 or 3 pointer, because it was worth it. But what a great hit on that defense, who was retreating back fast.
Back into the action we go. Another good tackle, and look at this. Ignite on an absolute roll this afternoon. They're looking to 4-0 IVNA, and didn't IVNA win the Pioneer Cup?
The circuit lounge is buzzing.
Or was that Ace?
It was Crane Gang, who is now Ignite effectively.
Okay.
These teams have taken rounds and games off each other's, both in scrims and in the tourney, but when it comes down to here in day 2 now, it's really all Ignite so far.
Absolutely. Love to see them back into the Ignite brand, and yeah, it makes sense that this team here is looking to maintain their reign of terror, if you will, over the VRML. I'd love to see them at VRML Con. Hopefully they'll make their way out. But either way, a fun Pioneer Cup and now Ignition Cup. Watching Ignite the Ignition Cup as Nadash scoops up the ball and looks for the push on. Mozzie gets a nice pass, but it's quickly tackled out from being any sort of pressure into the goal.
Look, you talk about incentives for winning this tournament, Nightfire. I mean, I think that has to be low-key one of them also. You can't... How are you going to be Ignite and not want to win the Ignition Cup? It's in your namesake. It wasn't intended, certainly, because this Ignition Cup was already in the works before Ignite as an organization came back around into Orion Drift in the scene. But it just works out. It's one of those kind of scripted type of things I'm sure they want to be able to claim, their fame on.
Yeah, and a minute 22 on the clock. Pally time starting to get dangerously low as what a solo play there. I feel like IVNA are absolutely demoralized at this point, not able to get points on the board against Ignite. Down 3 rounds in this best of 7, staring down the barrel of their Ignition Cup experience being over.
Yeah, it seems to be the case, and that's again almost an unfortunate thing in the sense of you wish you can see more of IVNA because they're such a skilled and talented team, and you know they can do some damage. But when you come down to the last couple rounds of the bracket here on our final day, that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes in this single elimination. So it's win or it's go home, and Ignite is just looking a little bit more on their game. You know, they're on edge in a good way.
Look at the cross pass there, pal. Beautiful setup.
Unbelievable.
If you're the team that's going up against Ignite, you got to be a little bit concerned this afternoon. You got to be a little bit worried about the competition that you're going to be going up against because they are on point here. Looking for the 4-0 in this best of 7, looking to wrap up this series the fastest they can. And maybe, Pally, it'll give us some time to jump over to the other series, quite frankly, because this one about to be over with.
And that concludes today's match.
Yeah, potentially so. So with that, the clock expiring, players funneling out, Ignite taking a solid win. We going to talk about it, or are we just going to shift over to the next one? Do we want to take a quick break?
I think we'll take a quick break, but actually, yeah, we will take a quick break, get ready for our next round of the other series. We do appreciate everyone tuning in and hanging out and catching the action, and a quick reminder to sign up and register your team if you are attending VRML Con. You got to get entered in to the Phoenix Invitational. If you're one of 16 teams that qualifies online, you will then make your way to VRML Con. You can make your team with anybody that has a ticket. Oops, I apologize for that. Wrong screen there. Anybody that has a ticket, there it is, can register a team. And if you are a solo player that's attending the convention, you don't have a team that you want to jump into, then feel free to sign up as a solo player. The moderation team for the VRML Con tournament will end up putting you on a squad of other solo players that have registered, and you can be maybe one of 4 teams, 16 teams that qualifies into one of 5 tournaments that's getting held from Friday to Sunday. Onward, Pavlov, Breachers, Veil and Orion Drift all day Sunday with over $20,000 in cash and hardware. HyperX contributing in the championship prize pool, as well as tons of giveaways at the con. It's going to be a lot of fun. I highly recommend you check it out. You tune in and, again, register your team online. Go to vrmasterleague.com/VRMLCon for more info if you need it. But like we said, we're going to cut a brief break. When we come back, it is going to be the start of this next round that's being battled out right now, so don't go anywhere.
Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. Can somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point.
Welcome back, everybody. We appreciate you tuning in, hanging out, and sticking with us for our second semifinals matchup that was
we
live
are
at the
underway.
same time as IVNA versus Ignite. It's Control versus Tax. With Tax on the orange side. Let's do a quick side swap. And Control on the blue side. We go into the action here with Flix getting ball control for the Tax squad.
That's right, ladies and gents, thanks for joining us here. We don't know the score, we don't know the series score for that matter. All we know is it's some great gameplay, and we figured, well, I'm sure you guys don't want to miss it. So this match in progress here after following that Ignite victory, heavily so the sweep, in fact, coming in against IVNA there. So going right into it, your guess is as good as mine, but I'm just happy to witness what is probably the round 5 as a nice score comes in from Yen doing a lot of that earlier on as well.
Voila, not able to hold that one down, and
Play kicks
a
off.
nice shot on goal that ends with now the offensive pressure coming in from the likes of Tax. Wagon with a nice rollout. No, excuse me, Control looking for the shot on goal and the follow-up. Ooh la la, missed the defensive hold, but finds the offensive point to tie things up 1-1 and makes up for that goal.
Back to the action.
All right, so again, just head-to-head, this team in Tax making their first appearance for at least a lot of our casters here today, and boy, have they been impressing. They were coming in a lower-seeded team, but man, have they been giving the business to these teams here so far. Kind of a Cinderella story, as Jucifer pointed out in the chat earlier on. They're really doing some great work here today to perform on stream night.
Yes, indeed. We love to see Tax. If they uproot seed 2 here, they'll have uprooted seeds 3 and 2, and all that's left, Pally, is seed 1. And you can guess who that is. Our champion so far, the Ignite squad. And we'll see in the grand finals if Tax or Control is going to be dueling it out against Ignite. We can assume that based on time played and the fact that we had no mercies, that we are at least into round 5 here. So we don't know exactly, again, what the rounds are. It could be 3-1, but it's at least 3-1. A beautiful follow-up from Flix.
And that's, oh my circuits, what a goal.
And Yen with a very nice work up the floor. Missed the shot at the end, so missed the completion of the highlight, but had a few really nice crafty jukes to get that score as Spedkey now get up the floor instead of the offense for them. There's Eggsha to Dwagon, and Dwagon, being assaulted there. So wow, the back pass, no looker to Sped. Right back to Dwagon. Some incredible ball movement here. Even no looks, and they're still accurate. That's communication on point night.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's what you expect out of a team that's made their way up into the semifinals in the Ignition Cup. They battled through hundreds of teams to get here, although not played hundreds of games, but they have qualified through hundreds of teams that were competing in this cup. They are certainly the best of the region, or at least of the time, which, again, so many teams playing Pally, anybody can end up coming out on top at any point. Tax included as one of those teams if they manage to win this series to advance on to the grand finals.
Well, they're on track so far. Oh, la bigs. Yes, exactly. That was delectable night.
We love to see that kind of save coming in from a team like this. Exactly what you need if you want to be competing and winning up against Ignite. You need to have the on-point defense. You can't allow them points in. And again, another good defensive play, this time coming in from Control, showcasing why they're a team that's made their way up to the top 8, that's into the semifinals here. And now maybe looking for a point, maybe looking to tie this up. A beautiful back pass to Jakun. Flix follows it up for a goal.
Wow, and went right through the arms that time. Ooh la la, the amazing save earlier, but that time kind of the field goal. Ball sailing right between the two arms. And really nice hit there for Tax as go back and forth. 3-1 so far with a minute left.
Cross up to the center. Tax with a very quick follow-up. Keep things close here. 3-2. You love to see the immediate bounce back. They weren't able to do that with one of those points, though. And so for now, there's a 1-point lead into the Control Tax.
Well, and according to our very resourceful chat from players that I do believe to be credible, they're saying 3-2, Tax up 1 round currently as another save there.
3-2, wow. Tax up 1
Allegedly.
round.
I trust far. Oh my gosh, that's a far shot. Trust that far.
That is how you play drift ball.
Tax is absolutely on a tear here, up 2 points. If they win this, then, Pally, it means that they'll move on to challenge Ignite in the grand finals.
And, I wish them luck. Ignite, and not a surprise to see them being there right at the tip top. Very much so a surprise for Tax, at least if you go by the brackets and you go by the rankings there. The seedings, that is, of these teams coming into the day. But, if you made it to the top 16, it's not by mistake. I mean, you have to be that dang good. And, wow, just heck of a game, heck of an effort. You can see the players cheering as they funnel out the arena now. Tax has done it again. I don't know where they came from, but Knight, I know where they're going. That's
right,
the
the
finals.
Grand finals. Absolutely, Pally. It's awesome to see a new face in the fold here in the Ignition Cup. And a familiar face with Ignite. As we do prepare for the grand finals, we'll take a brief break, maybe allow these players a brief break. They've just gone through 3 pretty intense best of 7s. I'm sweating in my own apartment, and I'm not playing the game. So I can only imagine the stamina drain on these players. Battery drain, they need to charge. So we may take an extended break to get ready for the grand finals, but do stick around. Maybe go check out the Breachers postseason, which is happening live right now. The top 8 single elimination rounds are going on. then come back for what is going to be the Orion Drift Ignition Cup Grand Finals. Do not miss it. Don't go anywhere. More VRML action coming right up.
Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. Can somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2-way.
Match point.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting for us to get into the Ignition Cup North American Grand Finals for Orion Drift. We're close, Palador. It's Ignite versus Tax. It's a matchup that we're super hyped for, but we are on a bit of a technical delay here because, like we were talking about, these teams have been playing for a long time today, upwards of 2+ hours of super competitive Orion Drift. That burns through the battery a little bit. We're in a charging break right now where these teams are charging, so we're still about 15 to 20 minutes away from getting into our next matchup. We really want to be sure the teams are ready and able to play the matchup, so it's why there's this delay. Both teams are agreeing to it, of course. So again, maintaining the competitive integrity, making sure that these teams are going to be able to bring their best to this last round, to these grand finals. But I mean, so far, Palador, this Ignition Cup has been a lot of fun to tune into.
Oh, absolutely. We've seen some tremendous gameplay from some tremendous teams. We've had, yet again, every cup I've said this, every weekend I've said this, but we've had these long, several-minute overtimes and these tight scoring margins. It's been an incredible thing to watch. Of course, Ignite, again, the winner of, in a sense, as Crane Gang at the time, last month for the Pioneer Cup, rebranding, joining forces with this Ignite franchise, which is, again, a historically dominant franchise across, especially Echo Arena. But definitely a dominant force in VR esports. Coming up against this team in Tax, who are just impressing over and over, coming in as a lower seeded team compared to the last couple teams they beat to get here. I mean, they're coming in at number 7 on the day, 7th seed. They ended up beating Ling, which was 10th seed, but then they went and took Sunshine, which was a 2 seed. They took on Control, which was a 3 seed. So, you know, seeds be darned, they're really planting something good here today and trying to harvest maybe a victory, an unlikely one perhaps, against Ignite.
Yeah, I was also thinking Ignite would be number 1 seed, but it was actually IVNA who was number 1 seed. So for Ignite to 4-0 IVNA, also pretty impressive as well. Both of these teams playing really good this afternoon, and I can't wait for this grand finals. All the replays have indicated to me, Palador, that we're going to see great defense and quality pass work, because that's the only way these teams are scoring right now. You're not really getting a whole lot of open goal opportunities, and if you are, it's like a huge 3/4 map shot that's like going in off of, like, you know, again, a really amazing toss that's coming in. It's a high skill play at the end of the day, regardless if it's open goal or not. And I'm just happy that we're tuning in to this action. I'm just happy that we've been catching it all live here for all the folks at home that have been enjoying it. And hopefully, if you are enjoying it, you can hit the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, and stick around for more VRML Network action. Obviously, if we get 16 or more teams entered in to the Phoenix Invitational, which is coming up rather soon. We've talked about it a little bit already, but if we have teams register, we'll have the Phoenix Invitational June 27th to the 29th. That will determine the 16 teams that will advance on to play live on one of 2 stages at Arizona State University at the Media Experience Immersive Center. I can't wait to debut and show everyone what we've got planned at this venue, because, you know, you look at the past venues, Pally, we've got the footage here. One of some of, if not the best times I've had, and again, a lot of fun. But what we're gonna have for the for Arizona State University for the Media Experience Immersive Center is going to be awesome. We have a huge team that's going to be coming together to produce what is going to be 5 tournaments, $20,000 in cash, with HyperX gear on the line for 1st and 2nd place, and giveaways going on throughout the day at the venue. So a chance at getting all sorts of HyperX gear that we'll be giving away. It's going to be a tremendous amount of fun. We got booths, we've got merch, all sorts of stuff to check out and participate in. Other sort of side tournaments that you can participate in on the Pavlov side. A lot of stuff to look forward to. There's going to be interviews going on of players for the Orion Drift, and again, stuff that you're not going to want to miss. It's going to be maybe, if not our biggest event yet, and I can't wait to get into it. It's just around the corner. I think less than 50 days now, and we got to keep promoting it because this is maybe the last time you'll see us until the Phoenix Invitational qualifier again. So, you know, it's going to be a big break where these teams can register, practice, and get ready for the Con Pally. And you know, we've seen teams improve quite a bit over the course of these weeks, you know, and now with another week for these teams to practice, I'm really excited for the finals here.
Yeah, you say a big break until our next tournament, but definitely not a big break for these players. Knowing them, they're going to be, again, head on, like scrimming. They're going to be practicing. They're going to be VOD reviewing. They're not going to let up, and they just don't. They don't at this level, because to be at this level, you have to be almost obsessive. You have to love it. You have to be passionate about it. You have to obsess over it almost, because the moment you fall off a little bit, you let off the pedal. The moment you say, "Oh, we don't need to scrim today," and and that's fine. Your prerogative. But the moment you do, you're going to see teams below you overtaking you all of a sudden. In fact, again, in terms of seeding, we've seen that today with Tex. So you just cannot let up. So the next few weeks is going to be really key for these teams. I know they're just going to be hunkering down, hungry for what's to come at the end of June, and especially VRML Con towards the end of July. Really can't wait, and I'm expecting fireworks.
Yeah.
Maybe literally, but at least figuratively.
And we've got tax on the screen. Speaking of tax, I have a cat tax that I have to pay, so give me a second here.
Of course. The cat tax.
Got a kitty here for everyone to view.
You're welcome, stream. Like, you can't have a stream or an internet media without cats. It's been a rule since I think the internet was formed.
Cat tax paid, and we are ready
tax
for
paid.
The grand finals now. Shout out to everyone tuning in, hanging out, and enjoying the action. And again, stick around. We're gonna do a big break, a charger break, probably 15 minutes left until we do get back into the Orion Drift Grand Finals, where we'll start round 1, Ignite versus Tax. You do not want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. More VRML Ignition Cup action. The Grand Finals coming up in a few minutes.
Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. Can somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point.
Welcome back, everybody. This time for the start of our final match for the Ignition Cup, Ignite versus Tax. One team will be crowned victor of our second ever VRML Orion Drift tournament, and if anything, that's something to be competing for, let alone the cash prize pool, where they're also fighting for what is a chunk of change of the $1,000 on the line here this afternoon. So, an exciting time to be tuning in, Palador, for Ignite versus Tax.
Well, exactly. Tax looking to complete a unlikely Cinderella story of sorts, coming in unexpectedly, taking on and beating out teams higher ranked in the brackets and the seeding than they were to make it here to the finals. Meanwhile, Ignite trying to claim victory here for the first time as Ignite, the second time as a team, of course, Crane Gang, this team formerly known as, but trying to claim that Ignition Cup, their namesake of sorts, would be quite the story there. But speaking of stories, a really interesting stat that I noticed looking at the brackets across these two weekends here. So for the journey to make it to this final weekend, this final top 16, you had both teams. In the case of Tax, they lost one match last weekend, and it was to Sunshine, 1-3. They lost. Ignite last weekend, they lost one match. It was to IVNA, 1-3. So here, as we get a first goal right away off the bat, to finish my thought though, both of these teams had to beat the demons of their past today in this single elimination tournament in order to make it to finals. What a story that is.
Yeah, Pally, it's awesome to have a little bit of a history coming in for the Ignition Cup for these teams playing against what has been a ton of squads to get to this point through that 8-round Swiss bracket to now here, the single elimination top 16, the grand finals. One of these teams will come out on top, and Tax already in a 1-point lead. That was an incredibly early goal against Ignite, no less here, Palador. Is this Tax team going to be the upset of the day?
Yeah, upset of the month, perhaps, and of the VRML Cup so far. What an incredible rise here as Ignite looking to capture their first score, but they got to get past this incredible run of that the Tax team is making. They get the ball right back here for a quick second. So again, it's been emphasizing it all weekend and all month, really. You can't let up on these teams. I even saw one of the Ignite reps in there, either the account or Far or somebody saying earlier that, oh my goodness, another shot. I can't even finish my thoughts tonight. Tax is up 2.
Yeah, it's... you blink and you would miss it, you know, a really quick opener, immediately taking possession, and then a very fast passing sequence to get that point on the board. As we go again into an offensive pressure point, back into the zone of Tax. Ignite just keep on trying to get these points on the board, but Tax is able to continue to maintain this pressure, and ultimately now just ticking down the clock, passing the ball back and forth in the backfield.
Absolutely, and just to quickly finish my thought, he was saying, Far, I believe, that, okay, I see you, Tax, I see you, I can see what you can do, can't let up on them, and no, you can't, because right now they're up on Ignite. So Ignite here, Swag War and Yup trying to get control of that ball, and then the shot will finally drop down for their initial score here at the 3-minute mark, a little less.
That was Tax again putting another point on the board. 3-0 now.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, they still have not managed to slap one in against Tax as Tinu bats that one away. And another intercept here from Crash and Tux. But round 1, not looking good for Ignite. Still plenty of time, honestly, Palador. 2.5 minutes to come back from what is a very small deficit. 3 points can be very quickly remedied here by a squad like Ignite.
We got chat there saying 2-1 Tax. Spamming us, so I do believe 2-1 Tax, and it will be all good. Tax right back at it. There's Crash and Tux Over to Baz at the midfield, right at the nest, actually. Evading Yen rather well, and then Baz now dropping down, sending it and making it. Nice angle. Again, those bouncers, a lot of those players here on Ignite favor those types of shots. I've seen Baz, Swagwar, all hitting shots just like that.
The arena revs up again.
Shout out to chat. We appreciate them being on top of it. It's hard to manually track scores, run cameras, and enjoy and commentate on what is a awesome series back and forth from Tax and Ignite. It's why we got the excellent Palador on the line here as this push comes in. Yap looking for a shot on goal, and it's wide.
All right, and still sticking on this side of the floor, Yop is there to contest along with Flix and Yen. A deep pass intercepted there. Swagwar coming down with some heat, and the shot not as much. Will take a rough bounce and right into the bridge at the side. Swag maintaining that speed, trying to get the ball control right back, but instead, ball lost right back to Tax here on the offense. It's Swag with a little bit of a hit to cause the disruption, and now move up the floor.
Tied 2-2 with a minute left on the clock. Swagwar trying to get an offensive pressure there, but a nice intercept from Tinu. Baz on the back line, scoops it up, swirls around, and finds a point on the board for the lead for Ignite. 3-2, round one.
Oh, big hit for Ignite. A costly mistake by Tax. Got a little bit antsy. They leapt out of the goal before that ball was in the clear, and they were punished immediately for it.
Nice little rollout from RTB. I like the changeup of the 360 ceiling carve to kind of throw off what is normally a pretty aggressive offensive pressure point from the Ignite squad. The push in here, the cross there gets slapped away, but still in the control of this Tax squad as it Flix holds on, passes it back to Yen. Flix scooping it up off of the tackle from Swagwar, tries to get it to RTB, but can't, and now the Yop in control. Passes it over to the center line. Tinu here to swat it away.
All right, but right back into the front line. Not a lot of time for more attempts. About 10 seconds or so. Crash loses the ball as Swagwar trying to score it. Crash now volleyballing it up to the top, just trying to waste the seconds perhaps now as Flix will send it to the midfield. Right past Yen and to RT looking for the perhaps game tying scenario here. Moving up the floor, down to Tax, Tax to Flix, Flix on the approach to Yen. Oh, but too high, and it will be the end there.
On Earth
Ignite end up taking the W 3-2 as time ends for round one, but it's a best of 7, Palador. There's a lot of room for this team to bounce back, but so far, if this is how it's going to be, I have no idea who's going to come out on top. And if anything, Tax are outperforming everything I expected of this team today. A team that we're not familiar with here in the VRML, performing really well against Ignite.
Yeah, when you have the likes of these powerhouse teams and franchises, again, when you talk about Ignite, you talk about Ivy, you already know just based on their namesake across so many VRML games what to expect from them, but then you have this Tax team coming in and doing an incredible job. Again, they just lost that first round, but only by 1 point. It came down to the last moment, maybe some late game, finals jitters of sorts there, pass a bit too high, but they got to hunker down and just move it to the next round. Forget the mistakes of the past. Go into the next one. Meanwhile, for Ignite, I expect them, again, the professionals that they are, they're just going to lock in as they typically do. So you got to be on your toes if you're Tax here.
Beautiful defensive opening save from RTB to kick things off. A little maneuver that we're seeing consistently from them, the 360 spin carve on the roof to buy time for their team to set up but maintain ball control. It's a tough thing to do at the end of the day, to hold on to that ball and pull off that kind of carve, but they're able to do it pretty consistently. Also a great on defense as they swat away those shots, but Swagwar still maintains control.
And Crash and Tux regaining and taking a tap, and oh my goodness, what a hit! Crash fading one way, practically a no-looker as he just easily guided into the goal off a laser bounce.
Really nice play there. That was
Drift ball
just
frenzy
into the
restarts.
corner, Palador. That is shooting with intention, with purpose, trying to hit that goal into that tiny little slice that's open there where the otherwise solid defense is running. And another play coming in here. The cross pass there goes a little bit wide, and Flick's able to clear it out.
All right, deep down the midfield, it will be on the approach, sending it over to Jack. Jack stepping in now. Didn't saw him outside the arena earlier on in some of the matches, but now stepping on into the arena rather to play, as it will be taken away by RTB7 down to Yen and back at the offense. Although though the rough bounce will be lost out right back to Ignite now.
Round 2 kicking off here. Ignite up 1. The shot on goal goes in, and we're tied.
It's in!
1-1. A beautiful point from Tux there, just backhanding it as they're getting pressured by that defense from the top and finding a little bit
Drift ball
of
resumed.
a lack of in-goal defense there, a rarity for the likes of Ignite.
Yeah, kind of Caster's cursed it a little bit there. Ignite had a lot of time to gather that ball, but actually were not able to get it at that bridge. I think they were so sure that, okay, that's an easy get, that's an easy grab, it's our possession, but then the moment that didn't happen, yeah, it just got caught out. So now Jack trying to catch out the defense once again. That pass over will be not quite scored on the second attempt as well. Nice defense from Ignite.
Huge save. Open goal? Oh no, how does that happen? Pally? A
You can
huge
feel
save
that
coming
one
in.
coming,
That leads
friends.
to an open goal shot from Tax. 2-1 here on the board. Tax is in the lead again.
Oh, it's on!
And with another briefly open goal, but right back at them with no time wasted. Swag
my
war.
circuits, what a
I
goal.
don't even have time to play the replays in the bottom corner before another replay is coming up, Powder. Back to back to back replays in
Come
a
on, they're
row
not
here.
wasting any time.
As we're tied 2-2, and another pass flicks, looking for a shot on goal. A good cross to Yen, back down to the bottom of the zone. An open goal, everyone dove out, but the shot misses.
That's the third time in a row night. That time Swag was just able to get the wingspan out enough to save the day. Is that one maybe an open the opposite way? A deep hit for Ignite to Ignite. Now a tie, or rather a 1-point lead. 2 minutes remaining.
3-2 Ignite here in round 2. Hopefully Chaps
Back
will
to
track
the
the score
action.
and it's accurate. Who knows? But they'll let us know, I'm sure. As the push comes in, RTB dives over the defense. 1v1 and Baz swats it away.
Baz right there in the goal once and twice. Not very nice, but it is if you're Ignite. What a huge series of plays there from Baz to keep them in the advantage. As we will be regained now for a brief moment by Flix. Might have an angle. That goal, again, a little open, exposed. The defenders of Ignite really willing to push out and extend themselves, but it will work out for a moment as it gets into the midfield.
Yen gonna dive down into the sewers, and yeah, over-aggression can be dangerous, Palador, as we're seeing these aggressive tackle dives coming in. Yen gonna try and juke past this offense, but can't. Defense, excuse me, but can't. RTB with the push through the center, the double slap, and the swat away. Great hold on the backfield. This defense on point for Ignite.
You know what that reminded me of a little bit? Those halftime shows in the NBA where you have a bunch of people jumping on those trampolines and setting up passes and bounces for the next person to dunk it. It looked a lot like that, where just a lot of hits off the floor, off the wall, and again a continual line of players just coming through trying to finish that shot.
Time ticks down, and a clear down to the midfield that goes the way of who knows in the sewers. Yen battling for control. It's swatted away back up to the corner. But for now, in the possession of Ignite, as Crash and Tux barrels forward, looking for the nail in the coffin, and they'll find it over the top. A beautiful corner shot that puts Ignite up 4-2.
That may very well secure it for them as well in this round 2. Again, it's a best of 7, folks, so we still got a lot to go. And for now, it's up to Tax to just maybe end on a good note with one more score. But Ignite certainly taking care of business. They are hyped and looking locked in, just like they did against Ivy not too long ago.
Yeah, another point would be nice, Pally. Momentum on the side of Tax would be good going into this next round, but it's not the final round yet. They got to win 4 rounds in order to take this best of 7 victory against Tax, and I imagine Tax at any point could come alive here. We've seen them dominate the space in their previous rounds, and we're seeing them now try and get a little something here as time is over. They're keeping the ball elevated. A beautiful passing sequence. Where could that have been? I mean, exactly what I'm talking about, Pally, the momentum they need. At the end of the day, not going to win them the round, but still, a good way to end.
Yeah, it's important just getting that execution, those reps in. I know it's not practice time anymore, but even still in the live game, you still need to get those reps in sometimes. At the end of a match, yeah, that round is over, but you can still make a nice setup play. You can still execute the passes, because then later on, if we find ourselves again in a crunch time situation, the game is all tied up, at least you still have that muscle memory a bit, like from, oh yeah, last round we executed those passes, we got it, and now that we're back in crunch time in a new round, we already saw the ball going. We already saw those beautiful crosses being set up. And so it really matters at this level to not ever give up, because, it's important for the mentals and, again, the muscle memory round to round.
I'm always impressed with those long course shots, Bally. It's so crazy that they've come in here and are under incredible pressure in moments where, again, the championship is on the line. These teams are going
Like
for
a
big
supernova,
plays.
the game
As we dive
explodes into action.
things, the ball bounces around in the midfield. A quick push down into the Ignite zone, and thankfully the defense is there to at least battle back what could have been an aggressive start as we now brawl for control in the midfield.
A very crucial round here for Tax if they want to stay in this series. They do not want to go down 3, as that's a deep, deep fling. Rebounded by Swag before the defense could complete their retreat.
Yeah, you got to be careful when you're going up against Ignite and they start to get momentum too. We talk about it both ways. Tax certainly ended the round nice, but this is a team that's super talented. And as we get a nice rollout here coming in from Yen, they're going to go great cross with a big tackle up the midfield. That shuts down what would have been a big play coming in from the Tax squad.
Some more stifling defense indeed from Ignite. There's a lot of members in our chat right now in the stream pointing the same thing out. The defense just so crazy here for Ignite, as that's a big, deep shot from way downtown Night. Another one of those just going to throw you for a loop.
To be hitting those from like your almost your goal is pretty
Some
crazy.
They're not wasting
They shouldn't
any
be
time.
allowed necessarily. That this Tax defense getting very aggressive because, quite frankly, they need all 4 of their players to be pushing up against Ignite because Ignite is playing so well right now. As Swag War scoops up that ball, looks for the shot on goal. Defense is home, and they bat it away.
That they do. Ignite really starting to look locked in and dangerous here. I'd be a little bit worried if I was Tax, but of course they can't be. Got to keep those mentals up right down in the trenches in the sewers now. Tax coming away with it. Tinu, that is. Sending it over to Flix as Yop and Baz actually control that ball, but just lose it for a moment. Flix being a pest inside there underneath that bridge, as it will be thrown up to Baz. But again, Flix being a pest. Nonetheless, Crash from the ceiling will take a tap off. A 1v2 doesn't matter. Gets a score.
And now Ignite is running away with momentum. Again, this isn't the end. We've seen rounds kind of swing so heavily in one way or another, but the end of the day, there is still another one after this. So even if they lose here, they've still got an opportunity to bounce back, but they at least want to get a point on the board here. Clock is ticking halfway through the round. A 3-point deficit. There's a real chance we see a Mercy at this point in the finals from Ignite.
Yeah, again, just dangerous things I'm seeing from Ignite. They are getting better round by round here. And again, a lot of the times it comes down to veterancy in these type of matches, the experience level, getting warmed up and easing into things, not even worrying about the fact that, oh, this is a championship match. At certain points, for the most experienced players, it kind of fades into the black and they get into their zone. And I think they're starting to see that from Ignite because they are having relentless ball control at this point and relentless score attempts, as we see another one there. Credit, though, to Tax for a nice denial, but again, a steal from Swag, and they're just right back into the offense yet again. There you go.
Replay after replay, big save, big goals, swatting that one in from Swag War's side. It's 4-0 here for Ignite. 2 more to go with 1:50 on the clock. Again, a Mercy is a real reality, a 6-0, something that certainly could happen, something that I imagine this Tax squad does not want to have happening here in their 3rd round.
Absolutely not, and but it looks like it might be about to continue because Baz is there. It's just a one-on-one of sorts. A nice carve around as the defense does retreat now. Crash in tucks with the ball, sending it towards that goal. Tinu is in the area to defend it for the moment, as well as the other players starting to swarm Baz. A nice steal from Flix. Gets it over to RTB, and RTB with Swag in tow, quite literally so, manages to send it over to Flix just in time.
Yeah, and we just do a little bit of midfield passing here with a minute left on the clock. They need to start scoring rapidly on the Tax side. They need to start taxing this Ignite team, and instead, it's 1 more point to go, and Ignite have a Mercy on their hands in the 3rd round in this best of 7.
Boy, oh boy.
Play kicks off.
Goes without saying, and I'll say it again anyways. Ignite is just they're going. They're flowing. They're going again. Ridiculous. Like, I don't know if that counted or not, but it was still in. Actually, it was. That was the win. That was a Mercy. My bad. So that's what I'm saying. Ignite here, lower scoring rounds those first few, but I was seeing some dangerous things in the opening minutes there. Again, 3 points in the first round, 4 points in the second round, a 6-point Mercy in the third. They're getting stronger and stronger, and we still got more time to go.
One more round to go, at least if Ignite have anything to say about it. Down 3-0 in a best of 7. This TAC squad is going to have to start stepping up their game and go on a huge comeback train. It's going to be, again, a big effort from them, but with what we've seen from TACs, quite frankly, even again with their score lines on rounds 1 and 2, keeping things pretty close, 2-3, 3-4, just got to go back to that, replicate that level of success, find what they were doing well there, and repeat it here going into round 4.
Yeah, and I think, as Chat was saying there, I think Jucifer talking about championship mentality, and it's kind of what I was alluding to there about the experience levels, right? So, again, so close those first couple rounds, but tends to be for these teams, these multi-time, champion level teams of sorts. They have this tendency to, again, be able to keep those strong mentals, to be able to wipe away, as we see another play there by Swag, and really nice pass and setup as well. But they have a tendency just to forget the score lines, while teams who haven't been there quite as much at the top level or championship matches, they kind of get beaten down over the course of rounds. It's really hard to keep those mentals up sometimes.
RTB, a big play here, going in for the missile shot, misses it over the top, and it's swatted away by Swagwar, crossing up through the midfield. Pressure from Crash and Tux. A good pass to the Yop in the midfield. An open goal opportunity in Ignite. Pad their lead. 2-0 Ignite. Stamping in their team as a team to beat in Orion Drift and the competitive stage. Any tournament that's held in Orion Drift that this team competes in is going to be one that they're going to have to be worried about, because Ignite are just that powerful. They are a brand, a franchise, a group of players that are incredibly good at the game of Orion Drift, and they're proving it here live this afternoon as Crash and Tux intercepts that ball and gets their team pushing back onto the offense.
Yeah, they are setting themselves up for something special here soon. A deep fling, but it's going to be taken out of there by Crash. Crash trying to evade flicks with a few dribbles and juggles before handing it to Baz. Baz towards the midline, missing the teammates, however. So we'll be back to Yen. Yen trying to find something, just get something going for their team. Been an offensive machine earlier on, but so far being stifled and right there rifled on a nice pass and shot above the goalie.
I love to see this. Tax not letting things go easy here, keeping it locked in. A nice interrupt from RTB on Swagwar's momentum as they were trying to build up their big tackle at the end of the day that slows down them, and now they can't go in for a quick offensive pressure play like they were planning on. So instead, you get a really aggressive defense that's in the face of a slow rollout offense, and maybe an opportunity, if they can fend off this push, for this team to put another point on the board.
We'll be taken right back from midline by Baz, however. Baz being contested by Yet. Handoff play, and whoa, quick carve from Crash. Nicely done to contest there on the defense. Right back to the mid lane again. These players are fast, and there's Swag, speaking of, with the ball right back. Another deep shot. They've been hitting those, but this time it'd be Jack there to regather.
Yeah, nice scoop up from Jack, but an interesting pass there. Like it's intercepted by the duo. The Yop scoops it up, and we battle for ball control. Quickly, a Baz missile comes by, scoops up the ball, and a nice tackle from Yen interrupts what would have been a dunk attempt.
So we're still in the realm of possibility here for Tax. Ignite. Another score may very well secure it at the rate we've been going. Baz trying to bounce it off that back, but Yop trying to contest as well. Will not be able to do so in the midline, though, by Crash and Tux. Another scoop up the floor. A big tackle, however, will dislodge that ball a couple of times back and forth. Once again, we're hitting that under 2-minute mark now, so if we're going to see another round, Tax needs to act fast here.
Yeah, they do. They are getting pinched by time as we do get over into this corner. A nice, honestly, offensive pressure coming in from Tax. They've really maintained control of the ball for what feels like most of this round, but passes like that sting as the Yop with a big intercept, swats it away. Swagwar comes down at max speed, but misses the shot up to the top of the board. Oh, and what a sequence! The bounce to themselves, what the pass back down to Baz, and the shot on goal that puts Ignite up another point.
The bazooka himself. That is a crucial goal. That might be securing the round and the championships here at this rate. So time is winding down. Big shot from Ignite, and now some big defense as well. There's Crash now, making a steal, and has a little bit of an angle at Yop. Yop, a slapper right back to Crash. Risky pass and a little too strong at that, as it'll get lost in the midfield.
1 minute. The clock ticking down in their head. They need this shot right here, and they're going to get it. It's an open goal opportunity. Where was Ignite? They were gone and not home. Tax puts it 1 point away from being back into this and tied up.
Well, certainly made it interesting here as a little bit of time wasting wisely from Ignite. Again, that veteran experience, those intangibles that you know what to do. As Yup, he knows what to do with it. Sends it to Baz. There's Baz with a attempted pass to Swag, I believe. Miscommunicated, however, as Flix takes it over. Oh, that could be a big shot.
No.
Could it be? Could it be? Oh my God, it is!
And it's in.
Attacks are
That is how you
tied
play drift ball,
with 20
ladies and
seconds
gentlemen.
left off of a full court shot into the goal for an open goal on Ignite. The mistakes get capitalized on, and they're made by both teams. Ignite not infallible. Swagwar tries to push up, tries to put a point on the board. A good pass up to the Yup, back down to the middle, but swatted away by RTB into the midfield.
Oh, just a little lapse from Ignite, that smallest lapse. Will they make it up now? Trying to get the lapse underneath them as they get that ball right back. My goodness, we are in overtime, 3-3, an unlikely turnaround, but can they complete it? There's Tax on the dive. There's Yen. Looking for an opportunity, looking for glory. Oh, they did it. They did it.
What a privilege to share it with all.
Tax are alive as they put a point on the board. We're going to a round 5. We are not done in 4 this afternoon, Pally. What a bounce back. And like I said, they just need to repeat what they did rounds 1 and 2, but a little bit better. And they did just that, a 4-3 round 4 win.
Oh, I almost feel bad in the sense that I might have Caster's Curse it a little bit. I talked about, again, the knowledge of, again, wasting time. Ignite had the lead. They had the ball possession, so they were wasting a little time after Tax scored. Smart thing to do that, yes. But then they moved it up the floor, and they left the midfield and the goal completely exposed, and boy, oh boy, did they get punished for it. So just like that, it's those little tiny lapses that ends up turning a game on its entire head and a series on its head. I don't know what the next rounds will provide, but I know Tax just took a round from Ignite in overtime.
Round 5 kicking off here with Tax on the
Like a
comeback
supernova,
train.
the
We'll
game
see
explodes
if there's
into
coal
action.
in this engine, if it's got some legs, if they're going to go for a big run on the comeback train here. A nice push up early means Ignite looking for the early lead regardless, but the pass there goes wide, and Yen going to barrel forward. Swagwar brawling for control, but a nice pass behind the back from Flix makes it to their team.
All right, now Ignite attempting to regain control, and just again, this is what I was saying before. The top teams, championship winners, they tend to be able, and at least it's a necessity, in fact, to be able to wipe off prior rounds and mistakes. So will be a telling opening minute here. Let's see if they can get their momentum back under them. But no, is there with a good save, dipping right in. But the ball will stay here for at least a moment or two.
Almost 200 folks tuning in for the Ignition Cup Grand Finals. We appreciate everybody stopping by. Subscribe, thumbs up the channel. Tell everyone to catch the action because we could be going the distance. We could be going for a few more rounds in this best of 7 if Tax have anything to say about it. With ball control here, they're looking for a point.
And if Martini has anything to say about it in the chat, the super chat, $5 there. Dubs for the underdogs. Indeed. Can they do it again? Yet to be determined. Swagwar certainly will say no, though, as Swag makes a dive. But, gets tackled by But Yup. Oh, nice save as well. Tight angle and 2 goalies there to slap it out.
Big clear down to Crash and Tux, who's just able to scoop it up. Unfortunately, no real offensive pressure able to follow up the clear. And wisely so. They don't want to overextend at a point right now where, plenty of time left in the round. They really just need to get the ball, get control, and then set up their own pace for an offensive push, which could be right now.
Looks like it. So, with the ball. Moving up, trying to evade Crash, and does so, just barely. A nice move to get past the defenders. Can they get past Swag? Yes! So, ducking another defender. Another defender! Oh, they're not pretenders! What a goal!
Wow, what a
That
goal.
was a beautiful sequence from Tax as they come in for their first point on the
Drift ball frenzy restarts.
round number 5 here. They could really be pushing us for a round 6, so round 7, who knows? Swagwar says no, sir, but Jack Goot says yes, we're going to keep the lead. What a save.
A head-on play and met head-on with the defense, but back at it is Ignite. Ignite now, the possession briefly, but lost over to RT. So back to Tax's end, and Tax sending it towards the midfield. Swag, though, trying to pick up that ball and pick up some speed. Again, they have an eye on Baz. Baz, oh, wow! No looker behind the back. Count it.
I mean, the confidence, the good cross pass to set it up. Really nice job coming in there from the Ignite squad. What you'd expect when their backs are against the wall from a team that's familiar, competing at a high level. Swagwar with a big intercept, but it's swatted away by Yen.
Back to Baz, just avoiding Yen, putting the reverse moves on him for a moment. Baz now, with some crafty moves to save. Oh no, I got by Jack, came flying in. Unfortunate score, but great for Ignite.
Almost saved it there, but you hate to see the team go. Let's see if they can remedy the error, as RTB has a nice little ceiling carve there to dodge the attempted tackle. They're going to fly around to the bottom. The pass up to Yen. The pass back down to Flick. The shot on goal and the denial. A beautiful save.
Indeed, in less than 2 minutes left, 140. In fact, a 1 point differential. Ignite at the advantage. Tax being overtaken by Ignite. Crash, slapping it towards Baz. Baz receiving that pass, and an immediate one that's taken by Flicks. The Flicks back up the floor. Some important, very important possessions coming up now for Tax and Co. Over to Jack. That goal is a little open. The bold dive from Crash. Will it bite in the goal? No! Baz is in the area and claims it for his own.
The tackle out on the aggressive dive is so risky. We've seen it really bite teams in the butt because it opens up the goal, but it ended up working out well for them that time. Put the pressure on the attacker, force the pass down to the bottom, and then a beautiful follow-up. And this time, the aggression does not pay off. Diving too deep, exposing their goal. And another point for Tax. We're tied 2-2.
And that is twice now. This was the last minute of the game last round, and then again on this time around, a 1 point advantage for Ignite, but then conceding a long distance shot on an open goal. So just a couple of those miscues, which everybody makes in this game, but at the championship level, it's those singular little miscues that these top teams are just able to punish. Ignite now back at the offense, crucial possession for them.
Crashing Tux was about to barrel forward there and ended up having the ball hit the geometry. So if you feel like these players are perfect, like their execution is impossible to match, they also do make mistakes. They are just incredibly practiced at the game. They've been putting in 2-3 scrimmages a day when I remember the interview on the EU side. We'll interview the champion here if it is going to be Ignite soon enough, but maybe we get another round here as the push comes in from Tax. They want to look to put another point on the board. They look to potentially take this round as we go into overtime.
Overtime indeed, so sudden death and championship stakes here. Championship's on the line. If Ignite takes this round, that's it. And they will win the Ignition Cup, but Tax here looking to make the unlikely happen, looking for lightning to strike twice. Can they do it? To be determined. Swag War trying to X out any hopes here.
Yeah, as the op misses that pass and it goes wide to the corner, RTB tries to fend off the push, swats it away nicely, pushes it back to the midfield. Who's home to pick it up? It's Swag War on a bit of a swing around. Misses the shot as RTB was there to defend it, but it goes just a touch wide, and they battle for control. Again, a nice bit of defensive pressure coming in here on the side of this Tax squad, but the goal's open for a moment and then not as the defense crashes back. They got to be careful. It's how much do you commit to the attack pally? Do you commit all four? Do you have one on the back line at this point? That's the big question that we got to ask. Swag War pushes forward and a big tackle on defense comes in from Jack.
That's for the teams to decide, and certainly not me at this point. I am just floored by what's going on at this juncture. We are in another overtime here. Again, the Cinderella story of sorts for this Tax team, coming from lower in the brackets to beat teams ranked above them to find themselves here in the finals. Ignite, formerly known as Crane Gang, with an insane game, and oh my goodness, that was almost a game off another bounce, but it will still stay alive here. There's Yop, and having it lost there to RTB7. Baz as well contested, and another big take, and this could be it.
Open.
Flicks with an open goal. Oh no, it's Swag War getting in the way with a big defensive play.
How did that happen? Swag War with the momentum on defense. Yen still maintaining control for Tax as they try to outpace Swag War. It's a tough thing to do. Swag War, an incredibly quick player in the game of Orion Drift, mastering the movement mechanics to a T as they're constantly a threat on offense and defense. You got to watch out for their speed. And Jakunt now trying to push up a nice cross pass over to the midfield, but the Yop ends up intercepting.
And contested heavily now, RTB, Yop, and Yen. All up in that grill as Baz now once again. Oh my goodness, Swag War with a rebound. Swag War, no shot found as Baz though will have a pass. So Baz now trying to take a look, scouting the situation. A little juke once and twice, but maybe getting too fancy as it will be RT with a take. But no one there, no teammates in the area as 3 defenders now for Ignite get to take it right back. There's Baz. Baz the crashed into the goal, and they crashed it for the win. Ignite.
No more rounds and a champion crowned. Ignite are going to be our Ignition Cup champions, and quite fitting, isn't it, Palador, for this Ignite team to come out on top this afternoon. What a battle. in what was a fantastic 5-round best of 7. You really couldn't ask for much more. Maybe, I guess, a few more rounds, Palador, but at the end of the day, one of these teams had to win. And congratulations to Ignite.
What a wild series that was. I think we're going to line up an interview here shortly, but we'll give a little bit of time for them to celebrate first and organize themselves. But wow, just incredible game there. Ignite, again, Crane, formerly known as Crane Gang by roster, taking that Pioneer Cup for NA, champions of the Pioneer Cup a month ago. But now, coming into this Ignition Cup, as a newly returning franchise team rather, signing with Ignite here to win the namesake of the tournament. A fitting finish indeed, as we may be ready now to, I think, send it down.
Let's line up in front of the screen, trying to tell the folks to Velocity to organize the team so that they're in front of what is a beautiful in-game graphic that we want to be promoting and getting ready for what is going to be VRML Con, or the next stage of VRML tournaments. Something to keep your eye out for if you are in North America and can afford to head over to Phoenix, Arizona to play at the Media Experience Immersive Center. Tickets on sale right now, get you entry into the tournament. But like we said, we are going to cut it down into, give me 1 second, to sort things on the technical end, but we are going to cut down into the field where we'll have Velocity interviewing our champions. Velocity, how are we doing? How are the winning team Ignite down on the field right now?
I feels good. Congratulations to y'all for winning. So I'm gonna give y'all a couple questions I want y'all to answer. I want a different person to answer every time. That'd be nice. All right. First question is, how does it feel to take home the 1,000 prize and win the Ignition Cup?
I think we can all answer that one, and that feels great. Yeah, glad to be on top once again.
All right. Second question is, was there a moment where you thought it might slip away?
No, it's just, we just gotta have faith in one another and have that, you're pretty unstoppable. So any loss you can bounce back from if you have the mental and have and believe in your teammates.
100%, 100%. All right, third question I want to ask y'all: what was going through your mind during those final seconds of the match?
I guess I'll answer him, but just getting the ball in the goal. We're in OT. Next goal wins. I felt we had some pressure put onto them, and we were able to convert that last play, and just a huge relief that it's now over and we can call us champions. So.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely agree. I'm glad to hear that. This is the final and last question. Which team gave you the hardest match and why?
Exactly. I didn't play.
Well, we lost to IV on that first day, so I'd probably say that one was our hardest, but they also put up a really good fight over there on the side attacks. Definitely an up-and-coming team, so yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you, Velocity, for the interview. And yes, congratulations indeed to Ignite, the Ignition Cup champions. It really doesn't get more fitting than that, Palador. And again, hats off to Ignite for competing in the tournament, for making it all the way through, and at the end of the day, giving us a great finals.
Yeah, Ignite doing us no favors in the production end of battling those scripted accusations that we always get. But yeah, Ignite takes that cup. Incredible thing to witness, but not necessarily a surprise. And indeed, one of the favorite teams, again, coming out of the Pioneer Cup. And Swag in the interview also touched on it a little bit of, they were asked what the toughest matchups were for them in this tournament. They mentioned losing to Ivy in that first day, and I touched on that to begin this championship stream. Both of these teams had to do that to get to these finals, because otherwise in week 1 and day 1 and day 2 for the NA Ignition Cup last weekend, neither of these teams dropped more than one game. They both lost exactly one game, in fact. For Attacks, they dropped a game last weekend to Sunshine, and for Ignite, they dropped a game to IVNA. And so when you fast forward 1 week to the finals here, the top 16, both of these teams, to make it to the finals, they had to go through the team that beat them in the Swiss tournament last week. So it wasn't an easy battle. They had to face some demons, some ghosts of Christmas past in order to get the gift of this grand prize and their share of the $1,000 prize as well. It's amazing to watch. Like I said, scripted. The accusations just keep on coming. But it feels like it, Knight. It feels like it.
Oh, it was a awesome series to tune into, and we're happy to deliver it to all of the folks that were stopping by, hanging out, and enjoying the action. A final reminder to subscribe and hit the thumbs up button, because the network is not done. We have a lot of esports action for multiple weekends coming up, with qualifier tournaments and postseasons finalizing. Breachers and their grand finals will be next weekend. If you want to catch that, I highly recommend you do. A lot of folks excited for those grand finals. And obviously, the big one, the Phoenix Invitational. Just around the corner, June 27th and 29th. If you are interested, register for your team right now by buying a ticket to VRML Con, heading over to the VRML Con Discord. You can make a brand new team. You don't have to have your VRML team. You can make a brand new team of other ticket holders and enter into all 5 of the tournaments for all 3 days if you want to. That's what one ticket gets you entry into. That means that you could earn $20,000 in cash split across all 5 of those tournaments if you win all of them. There's a lot on the line at the end of the day at VRMLCon, and I can't wait to see teams jumping in live on stage and playing their favorite VR esports games at a competitive pace. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have merchandise, booths, demos, different sorts of live tournaments that you can dump into if you're not on stage. A lot of stuff that you're not going to want to miss. And I mean, Palador, we've talked about it all day today, just because it's something that we're hyping up and we're getting ready for. But we want to make sure that folks know that it's coming up, that it's just around the corner. If they want to register their team, they got to do it right now. We've talked about how to do that, how to register, but it's real easy. Just buy a ticket and create a team. Jump into the tournament. If you're one of 16 teams, I mean, there's a good chance that maybe you just enter in and register and you don't even have to play in the online qualifiers. You're just one of 16 teams that makes their way through. 16 teams is a lot of folks to tune in to show up to the con. So I recommend you register a team, even if you're going, you're playing Breachers, or if you're playing Veil, register for an Orion Drift team. And if the same way for Orion Drift, if you're playing Orion Drift, register a Breachers or Veil team. You could have a chance at winning $5,000 in cash.
Yeah, why not?
Of the day. That's going to be
exactly what.
Oh, go ahead, Palador, sorry.
Exactly. Why not? You know, the more the merrier. And the prize money, the people you're mentioning, Knight, that's going to be one of our biggest cons shaping up to be of all time. And, you know, it's a young history, but I think a history that will go deep as we continue VR esports here at VRML and beyond, with all these exciting games. And again, Orion Drift especially, which I think all of us from the spectator end, the production end, the league end, the developer end on AA's side, the players, I think everyone is really hyped about what the future holds of this game. And if early indications are anything, I think the future is going to be incredible.
Yeah, we've got a lot to look forward to for Orion Drift, VRML, and the competitive esports space of virtual reality. Subscribe to the network to not miss out on any of that action, but it'll be it for us here for the Ignition Cup. My name has been Nightfire with 2 E's, my co-caster Palador. We'll see you next time, but until then, stay classy. Orion Drift VRML is brought to you by Another Axiom, Helga, the esports manager. Thanks for watching VRML.